Alright, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I didn't think that I was going to be back here, staring at the Dark and Darker home menu. But... Oh, sorry, let me mute my Twitch real quick. Sorry, one sec. Okay. I did not think that I was going to sit here and talk about this on stream, but I have been getting asked every single day when I'm trying to play other games about Dark and Darker, and I'm hoping that maybe doing this can finally, maybe those players or those people that keep asking me will be happy. This is what I did with Dungeonborn, because I was getting asked about Dungeonborn every day, and then I made that video, and in hopes that we could just move on with our lives. But here we are. There has been some new information given from SDF himself, and we're also going to talk about what everybody is talking about right now in the Dark and Darker community, which is the not like this video. Now there are 2 videos to go through, and there's a lot to cover. So we are going full drama stream. We are not going to be playing this game today. We are going to be focusing on all of the crazy shit that's currently going on, and we're going to talk a little bit about, what I think. And as somebody who's been here since playtest 3 or 4, a long time, I feel like I have a decent bit of, info to give. I'm also a creator for this game. But funny enough, there's a lot of things that were said about, like, general creators that I was never a part of. So I'll give all the info that I can give. Like, there are certain things that I can touch up on, such as, like, the Dark and Darker creator Discord, because I am part of that. But there's other stuff that I was never aware of or a part of at all. For example, like the fancy steak dinner. Had no idea that ever happened. I guess they don't like me that much. So let's go ahead and get started, boys. I hope you're ready. Grab your popcorn, because today is going to be a fun one. Let's go ahead and start with SDF news from the kitchen. All right? Kitchen. All right, let me pull this up real quick. That is probably doomed. Yes. Yes. That is why I am doing a drama stream rather than playing the game. Because Prezi, I get more questions asking me about the dad drama than I do the gameplay at this point. It's crazy. No one even asks me about, like, they don't ask me about guides, they don't ask me about class balance, they don't ask me about anything. Every question I always get now is, did I watch the Night Like This video? Did I see what SDF said today? Or it's just, just grab, just look at the list of things. That's it. That's it. So we'll start with what is 100% confirmed. This is coming from SDF himself. By the way, he doubles down on the solos and duos thing, so I think we're cooked, chat. I think we're cooked. So let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick. We're going to start out with the SDF's kitchen information, and then we'll work our way towards some of the video discussion of everything that's going on. You know what else was crazy? I didn't watch the new video yet, but I saw a post from, oh my god, who was it? I think it was The Mood or something. It was a creator that said that he had possible proof that Demo might have been cheating, but he never disclosed it back when the whole Wilson thing was going on. But I've been very standoffish because, like, I've always kind of casually talked to Demo, and I just never really, I didn't know one way or the other, so I personally never accused Demo of cheating. I didn't want that kind of heat. I'm not here to throw accusations, but apparently it's talked about in the new video, and at the very least it was talked about on Reddit. So people are still talking about this apparently, which is crazy. So I guess we'll open up that can of worms on this channel, which I didn't want to, by the way, but it's coming, so I guess I'll just mention it now. Alright, so from our Lord and Savior SDF, our master cook. In test 11, we conducted internal testing using gear without random modifiers to evaluate the actual gap created by primary attributes. We confirmed that the gear map remain significant. For example, Warlord tier players using rare items struggle to defeat players and whatever. I'm gonna just skim over this. Basically, he's talking about gear diff right now, and that in current standing, blue gear players have a really hard time beating players in really high gear. Obvious, right? Because this whole season was made with super high gear gap in mind, okay? So we're already aware of this, okay? So he talks about a test being done that basically just confirms what we already know, alright? So what are they planning to do? Well, they want to modify the gear gap, which is what the test server is doing right now. They also talk about wanting to adjust stats. So for example, they want to adjust base fighter HP, adjust the high-end scaling curve of Vigor to not be so high, and then, you know, change skills, weapon, etc. Under this new system. What's interesting is that, from what I've heard, I think true damage and true magic damage is taken out of the new gear. I don't know how the hell you're supposed to balance Dark and Darker, which for 3 years now has been 100% balanced based on having those, like, true damage scaling stats. For example, we have Wizard, who basically can't play the game unless you have nothing but true magic damage. We have Rogue, who obviously scales with true fizz because daggers, right? So there's a lot of really crazy changes coming, and I have no idea how SDF is planning to balance this. It's really crazy. So, like, it almost feels like SDF, I agree with you, it feels like SDF is surprised that the gear gap is so high this season, but whatever. I'm not even gonna try to touch up on what is going on in SDF's mind, but they are planning to do some pretty significant changes across the board for new stats, okay? So one of the biggest issues with current modifier is that the lowest possible value is too high. Because of this, other attributes are adjusted for that high baseline. When these inflated stats are spread across 11 slots, each having 5 modifiers, it results in excessive gear gap. Like, who could have guessed that you would have high excessive gear gap when you have, like, 5 modifiers of buff stats for your new, like, season? I don't know. Who could have possibly guessed that? I would have never guessed. But what I really want to talk about is I don't even care about the balance of the game anymore because the game is, like, cooked regardless of whatever the hell SDF wants to rant here. What really matters to me is this sentence right here. SDF is doubling down on the solos and duo players. If I still got some messages on my stream, like, over the last, like, week or so, and I've had people tell me that that SDF is going to change his mind, that the test server doesn't indicate what's going to happen on the real server, that, you know, like, he always does back and forth, so, like, solos is still going to be in the game. I think people need to wake up and realize that SDF is beyond the point of no return. SDF is full on board with wanting to remove solos and duos from the game, and there is nothing at this point that any creators or any of you can do or say that can change the course of how Dark and Darker is going to be. So that said, from SDF himself, I am sorry, I fully understand the concern of solos and duos. I really don't believe this, to be honest with you, but take it how you want. However, I believe that for the game to move forward, the goal should be to have solo, duo, and trio queues work smoothly together with a single instance that I mentioned earlier. Within this mixed queue system, we will implement all direct systems that help players enjoy even with unbalanced parties. On the other hand, I will gradually remove artificial features that were necessary to separate players into different queues or brackets based on their player type or the amount of time invested in-game. Accordingly, we have decided to not use the current system where interaction time change depends on conditions. This feature was temporarily created to address complaints in 3v3s where players wearing expensive gear could kill an opponent and chase the remaining enemies, but then have the defeated player's corpse stolen by other players. However, I believe that after a player killing occurs, Protecting the corpse from being stolen should be a strategic choice. I also believe this can increase survival chances of a party that has lost a member and create variables in 3v1s. I believe that for mixed queue to succeed, players must have ways to escape, even when being chased in combat, and also various forms of 1v3 scenarios possible. Therefore, we will bring back the fast opening fixed escapes that was tested in the early CMM. If the circle hinders this, it will be removed. Okay, yes, this is brand new, game. This is brand new, like 11 o'clock this morning. Okay. I am gonna ask you guys a serious question, okay? Is there a single person in chat that believes that at this point, 3 years after the release, or 3-ish, however long Dad's been out for, it's been a while, 2 years, 3 years, whatever. Does anyone honestly think that we can go from being a solo, duo, trio game to having an actual balanced game with 1v3s in the foreseeable future? Is there anybody who thinks that what I just read is even remotely possible for Dark and Darker? I don't see how that's possible. I mean, I don't trust SDF to balance this game accordingly. I just don't see how this is possible. It's crazy, man. Cooking SDF? That's what I do now. I'm an SDF cook channel. I don't even play Dad anymore. It's a drama channel now, boys. You would have to be one of the best mathematicians in the world to actually make all of these numbers work. Well, you know what's crazy to me is that SDF wants to full-on delete solos and duos and then modify gear again for like the 18th time, expecting the game to just be like, this is gonna be crazy. Cash, we're talking about the new SDF messages that came out this morning, and SDF has doubled down on the removal of solos and duos, so we can basically confirm at this point that, like, we're not getting solos and duos in the next season. Like, it's already done at this point from what I'm seeing. Like, there were some people that were convinced that maybe SDF would change his mind because he does that a lot, where he flip-flops back and forth. But he seems very, very adamant at this point about removing solos and duos. So, there's that. To explain the background behind the reintroduction of the circle, which a lot of people didn't like, by the way. I was kind of on the fence at first. I even made a video when the circle first got released, and I said I didn't think it was that bad at first. But then I decided to try bossing with the circle, and I remembered how bad the circle is for bossing, and I've actually changed my mind since then. So just know that I'm personally, I'm with most of you now, that I actually think the circle is bad for this game. At first, I thought it was okay, but after seeing how bad it is trying to fight bosses with circle again, because I kind of forgot how bad it was, I'm with you guys. Like, I actually, I'm back on board of anti-circle. When we introduced PvE and divided normal and high roller into various brackets, our goal was to offer a more casual environment to players and a more hardcore environment for hardcore players. At this time, many hardcore players were suffering from crow players, those that would enter with minimal gear and play like hyenas. So we aimed to create an environment where these players would struggle to thrive and were well-equipped, high-tier players that have to compete with one another to survive. However, for the time being, I do not plan to artificially create or enforce these controlled environments. Therefore, if the circle, which forces PvP, ends up hindering that vision, it will be removed. So, in classic SDF flip-flop, the circle might be gone again. So, some of you might be happy about that, but the circumstances surrounding the circle getting removed again are kind of icky. So... Crow, you mean rat? Well, yeah, I don't know why he used crow. I just use it because that's what he said. I think he does mean rats. I don't think he means crow. that this, I mean, that's what I would consider a rap player, so I'm kind of with you there. You're probably right on that. Bruno, when I get asked every single day on stream to talk about everything that's going on with Dad, my hope is that we can, like, you know, talk about it and then just kind of move on. But I get asked, it gets brought up every stream anyway. It doesn't matter if I talk about it or not. It just means that I'm gonna have individual people come into chat all the time and ask me individually. So instead of that, we'll just do one stream and then hopefully, you know, be done with it. That's the hope. Yeah, if you're not interested in the dad drama, just know that we'll move on probably starting again like tomorrow or the next day. So don't worry. We'll be back to our regularly scheduled other games soon. People like drama. I don't know what you want me to say, man. People like the drama. All right. Oh, this is the funniest shit I've ever read in my life. Has anyone skipped ahead to read the ending of this? All right. Are you ready? On a side note, there's some sad news. Our inventory guy has left the company. As a result, features like inventory sorting, search functions, and bags and quivers will be further delayed for the time being. you, you, you might find this surprising that even with 80 people that have joined and left the company, there's no one to take over this task. But that's the reality we're facing. We're thinking hard about how to address this gap so we can ease your inconvenience as soon as possible. I'm deeply sorry about this. so, so, so we've been waiting for quivers for years. So apparently, the inventory guy that they've had at the company for years never got around to making any of these features that we've been waiting for literally years. It's almost comical. I don't even know what to say. It makes me feel like I'm being just played with. I don't understand. Like, is he just trolling us? I feel like he's trolling us, man. I just don't get it. So, yeah. We are no longer going to be getting quivers, bags, or any of this other stuff because the inventory guy is gone. So, there you go. Alright, and the drama that everybody has been asking me about. We are finally going to address the not like this situation. I have been getting asked for days, or I guess 2 days, whenever it were released. I've been getting asked to react to this video. And there's a lot of stuff in there that I actually already knew. Like, not like this is video, a lot of the stuff that he talks about, I already knew about it before he even said it, which is kind of funny, but it's because I've been around the game for so long. There's also a few errors that he said that I think I remember noticing when he was talking. But I'm guessing that's because he doesn't play the game anymore, so it's just kind of whatever. But I'll talk about those too if I happen to remember when I see them. The inventory guy was highly specialized. It could not be replaced. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Alright. Alright, you guys ready for the react stream? You know, I haven't done a react video in a very long time. The last time I did react content, I think, was over a year ago. So just know, this is a rarity, alright? I don't usually do react content on my channel, but I'll make an exception today only. just to talk about this because I'm so deep in the data community. We'll do it. All right. So we're full circle now. Reaction content, here we go. I saw this video, but I have not seen the new video. So this video, I'll be able to kind of already preemptively know some of what's in here. Now, the new video, I have not seen, but I did hear people, apparently, Demo's name came up again. So I'm curious how that's gonna go. All right. So while we watch this, I'm gonna be pausing frequently, or somewhat frequently, whenever I think there's something that I need to personally like talk about or go over. And if there's anything that I personally see that I've also recognized and talked about in the past, you know, I'll kind of go over my own personal view as we go. All right. And here we have our man SDF here in the corner. Also, before we start this, I just want to say this right here, we don't play pay to win games. It won't go in that direction. If microtransactions are introduced, that we don't give any in-game advantage. Don't worry, that whole like all of this stuff that SDF said about not adding pay to win to the game. I brought all of this information up months ago when I talked about, or months, however long it's been since the season pass came out. And I talked about the fact that like all of this stuff is currently happening, but they already didn't care. I feel like we've just been downsloping for like the last year plus, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. It's insane. All right, let me make sure you guys can hear this properly. Oh, let's see. All right, and let me know if the voice or the video volume is too high or too low or anything like that, and I can always change that accordingly. All right. So if anyone is just getting here and they're not aware, Not Like This is another YouTuber. Here, I'm actually gonna link his channel in the chat too. So if you want to follow along, you can. So I'll do that real quick. Give me a sec. I would never do a react video or channel or anything like that unless I gave the person credit, because it's obvious that he took a lot of work to make this video. So I'm not trying to be a leech. So all right, this is his channel. All right. So I put it in the chat if you want it. It's there. So feel free to check out his channel if you want. All right, let's get started. Again, let me know. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna close that too, so you don't hear the howling in the background. That'd be kind of annoying. All right, again, let me know if the volume is bad or anything, and then we can go from there. Okay. All right.
Everything in this video is my opinion. SDF said if something like pay to win happens in this game, criticize us harshly. Alright SDF, let's get started. Brothers and sisters, for almost 3 years, Iron Mace pretended to be...
I just want to say, that is the exact sentence, or almost the exact sentence that I put in my video. And this here, this, this excerpt from their website talking about not being greedy and exploitative and all this other bullshit. They've been going against this all the way since back in the playtest days, or the early access days. All this
the good
stuff
guys.
has been going on for
and they
a
have been
while.
feeding us a narrative that they are a passionate indie studio. But today, I will show you how I believe Iron Mace is actually more like a well-funded, information-controlling corporate startup whose success appears to be built on theft, lies, and manipulation.
You know, it's interesting. I haven't personally kept up with the lawsuit too much. I know that SDF was ordered to pay a pretty legitimate sum, a pretty large sum, for the trade secret case that they had with Nexon. I think it ended up, I think that's like 5 million or something in USD, somewhere in that range. And I've seen people, I've seen people defend Iron Mace and go, well, the only reason it went through is because, it's not a lawsuit in the United States. It's because of where they are. So I don't know how true that really is or not, or if that's just cope coming from certain people from the community. But just know that I don't know I can't really speak on anything in terms of the lawsuit because I have no information. Like I have no outside information except for what this guy says about lawsuit. So I'm just putting it out there. You know, I can't speak on anything
Hence,
about that.
why I'm wearing my corporate costume instead of my trusty cleric frock. Unfortunately, most creators in this community have NDAs or contracts with Iron Mace, sometimes secret, so you won't hear the
Not me, by the way. I signed one NDA, and I'll talk about that real quick. I signed one NDA, and that was before Dungeonborn. It was back during Twitch drops, so you can call me NDA Box if you want. So during the Twitch drops, when they were first gonna start, Odin sent me a message on Discord and asked me if I would be willing to do a one-on-one meeting about like some things coming up for Dark and Darker. So I got an NDA because they were going to release the Balladeers and the partner program, and he didn't want me to release that. And he also wanted to do the Twitch drops day one, and he didn't want that to be known. So I did under the face of Dungeonborn for free. What do you mean? I'm not talking about Dungeonborn. I'm talking about NDA for Dark and Darker. I'm just saying this was before Dungeonborn. Anyway, yeah. So I did have an NDA, but it was only for that. Outside of that, they never told me shit, boys. I don't know anything. I don't even think Iron Mace likes me anymore. I don't think Iron Mace likes me at all. They haven't even sent me a message in so long. They did add me to the partnership program in the new Discord channel, but I never asked to be added. Odin just did it without asking me. I literally haven't even been active in dad community for a while. I think he just added me just because he knew my name and just threw me in there. But I've never personally asked. I never knew anything. They've also never sent me a penny. Iron Mace has never paid me a singular penny. So, just saying.
The honest, whole truth from them. In this community, telling the truth is unprofitable. Even worse, some of the biggest streamers in Dark and Darker were being personally managed by Iron Mace's former head of marketing the entire time he was with Iron Mace. And some streamers out there are even former Iron Mace employees themselves.
You know, funny enough, this guy, not like this, he never mentioned my name a single time in this video. I'm never mentioning creators. I'm never, like, there is no mention of me whatsoever. And that goes to show you how out of the loop I was with the entire community. I've been around since the beginning, but I think it's because I went to the Dungeonborn. I think the moment I swapped games to like a big competitor for Iron Mace, the devs stopped including me in all of that. I also turned Odin down for drops day one. I messaged him and said that I was playing Dungeonborn and I did not plan to stream Dark and Darker for his drops. So that he removed me from that. And then at that point, I think I got completely shadow banned from all info from Iron Mace. And I think that's why my name was never put up here, because I am like completely out of the loop on everything that has to do with Dark and Darker. So, yeah.
Themselves. In this community, glazing Iron Mace, and especially SDF, is profitable, but telling the truth is not.
Further proof that I had no drops. My name is not on here. It was supposed to be on here, but it isn't because they removed me. Because that whole thing happened with Odin and I got removed from the program, I never got any info at all. So I'm completely out of the loop for all of this info.
Here's a brief summary of my beliefs, which I will cover today in this video. First off, Iron Mace is a gaming corporation with deep Nexon roots, and they are larger than most people think. Next, there's been a lot of false promises, lies, and general untrustworthiness, especially out of the leadership.
True.
Next, there's been increasingly greedy, pay-to-win monetization practices despite their former claims against this. Next, there's been a lot of information control and manipulation of public opinion. Next, they have a long history of bad hiring and management of their employees, especially remote workers.
So that
Next,
name,
Iron Mace leadership
that list
is
right here, this list of players, or I'm sorry, not players, but list of community managers. The only people that I've ever talked to on this list is Odin, who I already said I talked to with the day one drop information, and Grayson. I think I might have had a conversation with him at some point, but it's been so long, and I can't even remember if I talked to him. I don't know what I even said anymore. But outside of that, I never talked to any of these guys. I don't even know who these guys are. Outside of like the info from this video, I never even interacted with them.
employees, especially remote workers. Next, Iron Mace leadership is very out of touch, especially their leader, SDF, Juhun Choi.
Well, if that ain't
Next, RMT, real money trading, and cheating are both growing problems and out of control, and Iron Mace has no real solution to stop it. Next, there's no roadmap and no accountability by design. Next, they have a long history of late, buggy, unfinished, incohesive, and imbalanced content updates, which are sometimes then removed. Next, long history again of repeated bad decisions in so many categories. This is Iron Mace's reputation they've earned for themselves. Now, I move pretty
there's nothing good to say about Iron Mace. It's almost like sad watching this video because everything that he's saying is 100% true. There is nothing good about Iron Mace to even talk about. It's just everything they do is just so bad, and SDF is so out of touch of reality at this point. I don't even know what I am supposed to say. You know, it's insane.
quickly in this video, so if you don't want to miss any information on screen, you're going to have to pause and read the text. Feel free to do that anytime in the video. 1 year ago, I made a constructive criticism video which accurately predicted the current bad state of Dark and Darker's gameplay. If you have free time, go watch it and read the 600 plus passionate comments below the video. Now, Iron Mace banned that video for a while, and as expected, most of the issues I talked about over a year ago have only become worse over time. The core gameplay loop has worsened, new content is still late, broken, or undelivered, the gear disparity is still very...
New content, quivers, backpacks, anything inventory-wise? Yeah.
Alright, everybody. Welcome
big, the power gap.
What's happening?
I didn't think that I was gonna be back.
Oh, sorry. You guys were hearing my stream. Hold up, sorry. Sorry. I unpaused my stream title.
App has worsened, RMT and cheating are out of control now, Iron Mace is making the same repeated mistakes in multiple categories, Iron Mace is ignoring the most played game modes by far, which are solos and normals. Well, this week they removed solos and duos from the game, and they limited normals to just commons. So what's the point of...
Yeah, so solo, duo, normals is gone. Normals gear was dropped from blue to white. And then starting next season, solo HR and duo HR will be gone from the game for good. And PvE mode is also planned to be gone. I don't know if he says that or not in the video, but I'm just putting it out there. It's worse than what he says it is. It's all gonna be gone soon.
Of rares and uncommons. I mean, what are they doing? Look, today I'm releasing another video, and this time I'm going to share with you some of my personal experiences with unprofessional Iron Mace employees and former leaders. In my opinion, there's a lot of unethical stuff behind the scenes that has been going on for a long time, and I'm not a lawyer, but it looks worse than what I'm telling you, okay? I mean, because of the severity and sensitivity of some of these claims, I can't tell you everything. I gotta hold some of these cards close. I'm sure you can understand. I'll tell you what I can. Now, it hurts me to make this video. I have been a passionate lover of Dark and Darker for almost 3 years, maybe not the past year. I've lost faith in them, but for the first 2 years, I was hardcore. I was in their playtests almost 3 years ago. I had a YouTube that I ran actively for a year. I did Twitch off and on for like 4 to 5 months. Man, in this community, you know me as a shepherd of new players, as a cleric, and the first video in my new player guide series is still to this day the most watched homegrown Dark and Darker YouTube video on planet Earth. And I want to thank you all for that.
You know, I can personally relate to everything he just said. I don't know exactly when he started making content without looking at his like oldest videos. I have personally been making content for this game since like way back in like either it was either the later playtests or right around early access release. And I've been making dad content. I think I have over 500 dad videos on my channel, so I have put in a lot of time and effort to promoting this game. Most of it being solos. So it hurts me to even, I know I joke about this on stream, but that doesn't mean that I like this at all. I have, I put a lot of time and effort into this game. And it sucks to watch one of my favorite games go down this path. You know, that sucks a lot.
Lastly, before we begin, I'm sure some of you have a lot of questions for me. Others might not care who I am, and I want to be respectful of your time as always. So I'm going to answer all these questions at the end of this video. Like, why did I cut over an hour from this video? Or where have I been the past almost 11 months? And what's the future content of this channel? So until then, please enjoy pictures of my cats in case you've been missing them from my streams. There are some very important concepts I would like you to consider throughout the video. The first is words versus actions. As we all know, words are cheap and can be used to manipulate. The way to build good trust and good reputation is for your actions to consistently match your words over a long period of time. Those of us veterans who have been here for 2.5 years have seen a long pattern of Iron Mace's words not matching their actions.
Yeah.
Next, I want you to put yourself in Iron Mace's shoes and think, is this something a passionate indie gaming studio would do? Or is this something a corporate startup would do? A corporate startup would care more about optics and performative actions. However, a good indie studio would be passionate about making a quality game and would attack problems directly instead of denying or downplaying. Next, gaslighting is an incredibly insidious tactic. Master gaslighters are amazing at changing your understanding of reality. Next, I want you to consider if their decisions help the average player more, or do they help RMTers more? My first claim is that
I know there's a whole thing going on. I don't know if he says it or not, but someone told me that there's a conspiracy going on that Iron Mace is somehow, you know, in the loop with RMTers and, you know, works with them to basically make the game a better place for people that sell stuff for gold. I don't know if that's true or not. There have been companies out there that have been found to have done that, you know, where they work with people and make money on the side from selling stuff in their game. I have heard of stuff like that going on. Is it actually happening in the Dark and Darker community? Or, you know, are they doing it? I have no proof. I have no real say or not much to say about that, but I will say that when I was playing Dungeonborn, people did make the same exact accusations to the DB developers. So it is funny that I've almost gone like full circle with, you know, the devs of the game that I was playing currently getting accused of like the same thing of that game. So I don't know.
Iron Mace is a gaming corporation with deep Nexon roots and big corporate investors. So, first of all, you should know that the two main founders of Iron Mace, Ju-Hoon Choi, also known as SDF, and Terrence Park, were both in leadership positions at what was the 14th largest gaming corporation in the world at the time of research, Nexon. If you somehow don't know Nexon, please just Google Nexon reputation.
And Nexon is very hated.
A lot of good reading there. My point is, it takes a certain type of person to get hired into these positions, And these two self-admit to helping create exploitative and greedy practices during their time at Nexon. So, my question to you is, do you really think two former executives have changed? Or do you think they're using their corporate playbook and skills against us? I've seen and heard.
I personally think that the devs for Dark and Darker, from the start to now, have done almost everything they can to sell microtransactions or other things in-game to their players. I think that has almost become the main focus of Dark and Darker. I don't even know if Dad's main focus is the game itself anymore. It almost feels like Dad is being used as a means to sell the current hardcore player base, like, more stuff, like more, more, whatever you want to call it, the season pass, the cosmetics that have stats on them, everything in the shop. Like, there's a lot of stuff that they're trying to sell. And, like, the direction that Dad has been going, which has been very negative, it almost feels like more time has been spent focusing on selling, like, that, those microtransactions. I think that's how it feels, at least.
Heard that a lot of you think Terry's a good guy and SDF is the out-of-touch boss man, but you may not know that Terrence is behind most of the monetization practices and is basically the money guy. So I might personally put SDF at most fault, but I believe Terry's up there with him. So we know
I don't know anything about Terry, by the way. I was unaware that Terry was the money guy, if that's true. I just assumed it was all SDF, but I'll just take his word for it.
Mace is no indie studio. Last I heard, they had over 130 employees. They have multiple floors of offices, and they are in multiple buildings. No small indie studio, okay? If you look deeper, you'll see investments in Iron Mace from people like Hybe IM's CEO and outside director, who are both Nexon executives. Again, it seems like Iron Mace still has those ex-Nexon executive relationships. Also, there was some controversy in Korean media where the executives tried to downplay, dismiss, and claim they didn't invest in Iron Mace, but later this information became public anyways, and they admitted it. If you don't know, Hybe IM is a subsidiary or owned by Hybe Corp, which is one of the largest South Korean corporations, and it is the largest, #1 entertainment corporation in South Korea. They own and manage BTS. Finally, I decided to not dive deeper into their investments in this video. I'll just mention that there are strong rumors that Dark and Darker is no longer on the typical AWS servers. Yep, you remember when all that server migration happened? I wonder if everyone has been playing on 10-cent servers for months. And I do wonder.
So he says that they're rumors, but I don't know if he gives enough proof in video, because I watched this once like 2 days ago. It was kind of late though. I was kind of like half asleep when I saw it. He didn't really give any definitive proof, although I don't necessarily think he's wrong either. So I don't know if how true that is or not. If that is true, that is pretty crazy. Who cares? Well, it would be a little bit funny.
Sure. How much Chinese investment or deals Iron Mace has done. When I consider various factors, it really makes sense why Iron Mace stopped region locking China, why they continue to allow cross-server play despite all the cheating,
Mr. X.
and why they won't take serious action against RMT. We'll discuss their performative actions on RMT in that later section. Next section. False promises, lies, and untrustworthiness. They have a long history of it. So, from the beginning, Iron Mace had a very strong false narrative which painted themselves as the victims who were fighting back against a big greedy corporation. This narrative was a major factor in the hype bandwagon and support in the West. We now know this narrative was false. First,
I just want to double down and say that narrative was true, by the way. I don't know. This is something only the OG players are going to remember. I'm talking way back when Dark and Darker, we didn't even know if the game was going to come out. Does anyone else remember on Discord there was that announcement, the GoFundMe that popped up? I don't know who the guy was anymore, but it was one of the Dark and Darker employees. He made that announcement that like, you know, like the game, he was like tired of watching, you know, SDF or the other employees. Like, he was tired of sitting back and like feeling like there was nothing he could do. So he released that GoFundMe and then they quickly removed it. It was really weird. And then when they removed it, it felt kind of awkward to me at the time. And seeing how everything has progressed over the last 2 to 3 years, it feels really weird. Everything that's going on.
They proved themselves to be just like Nexon, with their reversal on their pay-to-win and monetization strategies, which we'll talk about in the next section. Second, they have been found guilty in South Korean courts for the theft of trade secrets. Misappropriation is theft in this case. So you should know that both sides have appealed, both Iron Mace and Nexon, and it is very possible that Iron Mace will face much larger fines. Also, since they were found guilty of trade secret theft, I'm not a lawyer, but it appears this reopens the door for criminal investigation for the criminal case, okay? Not just a civil case. If you're convicted criminally, that means potential prison time. Yikes. Look.
So I don't know how much this guy knows or not, because he doesn't show like any definitive proof that something like that could happen. Like, there's no definitive proof that like the court case could go criminal or anything like that. So I don't know if that's true or not, you know, based on just what I've watched so far. That would be pretty crazy though. You know, that dad already has to show up like what, like $5.5 million. If that fine goes higher, or any of the like heads of, you know, Iron Mace faces like criminal charges, that could definitely affect things, but I have no idea if that'll happen or not.
Throughout this video, you will see many examples of lying, and many shades of lying, so I won't cover much here. One thing I'd like to mention is that us Hold the Line users that supported Iron Mace and paid extra money for the test server access, until this week, they haven't really been using the test server. They haven't updated it in such a long time. The last time they used it, ages ago, Grayson was blaming the players for its unpopularity. Look, this is a pet peeve of mine. As both a leader and a follower,
that pissed me off too. That made me very mad. So not only did they sell the Hold the Line edition of the game, right? The fact that they were basically saying that it was the player's fault for not playing on the test server, that they barely updated, they made it very like non-user friendly. Does anybody remember during multi-classing for the test server, you had to level up every character to level 20. They gave you no like benefits. I think they eventually made the leveling a little faster, but you had to deal with like the RNG system of getting different perks. It was just a mess, really. I mean, it's just the fact that they sold people a $15 test server and then just never used it. I just always thought was very insulting, personally.
It really pisses me off. I mean, I believe it's a leader's responsibility to design thoughtful systems which encourage the desired behaviors of their followers or employees or whatever. For example, they could have offered bluestone shards for certain amounts of playtime. They could have had anti-idle detection. You could have put new content in there. You could have given us faster leveling instead of disrespecting our time and making us grind and level on a test server. Same thing for gear. They could have given us gear instead of forcing us to grind for it. Really makes no sense. And so on. There's so many more ideas. Look, finally, there were secret relationships with streamers and, in my opinion, major conflicts of interest for the former head of marketing, Jordan Taylor, also known as Soma.
So this is the part of the video that I've heard a lot of back and forth about. I was in Jay Griffa, however you say his name. I was in Jay's stream, and he was like really going hard on saying that a lot of the stuff in this video was false or just straight up, just straight up not true. I also know that I've seen One Peg, he released a video saying a lot of the stuff was not true. So I don't even think even Soma, there was a message on Reddit, I think I saw, and it said that Soma or someone tried to post a comment under this video, and they tried to, I guess, do, like, it was some kind of comment that was going to go against what was said here, and they said it got deleted. So I'm not going to add to the drama, at least specifically, because I don't know what is true and what is not. Because I don't know if any of you guys can really say for or against what I'm saying. But take everything drama-wise with streamers with a grain of salt, because there has been a lot of people saying that a lot of the stuff in this video is not true. So keep that in mind as we watch this. I don't know what is true or not, because I was not part of like any of this info. But yeah, just keep that in mind.
And he claims Iron Mace knew about this at the time of hiring. We'll talk about that in detail in another section. Next, Iron Mace has increasingly greedy pay-to-win monetization practices despite their former adamant claims against this. So, here we are. This is an early access game with loot boxes, gambling mechanics. By the way, those loot boxes, you can get the strongest items in the game, artifacts. Fucking stupid. Lots of cosmetics in a surprisingly large microtransaction shop. They tried to get us to pay for social spaces, which were promised, I believe.
I didn't know about this, by the way. I had no idea that there was some kind of stream. I guess it's a secret stream because the VOD got taken down immediately. This entire season was supposed to be about selling us some kind of like private server or so. It was so, yeah, it was, they were going to try to sell us this new system.
And recently they released a 3-month seasonal DLC, pay to win DLC in their shitty early access game. Remember when they tried to get us to purchase all the additional classes with redstone shards?
I spoke out against this too. When this first happened years ago, I was very vocal that trying to sell redstone shards in a paid early access game was very scummy. So I was very glad when it got reverted, but this has always been a bad taste in my mouth since it happened way, 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 way back then. I've always hated this.
Yes, despite early access, Iron Mace wanted you to buy Sorcerer and Druid and Warlock and so on. So scummy. I mean, wow. But a lot of the community either forgot or doesn't even know that that happened many years ago. Also, here's a point I've heard talked about never. What I think is incredibly scummy is their downgrading of the basic torch in order to sell more torch skins, in my opinion. Yeah, someone actually took the time to downgrade and make the model of the torch skin look crappier.
Is this true? Is this drama bait or is this true? Did they really downgrade the look of the torch to try to sell you torch skins? I don't know if this is true or not. Is this valid? If that's true, that's super funny. It's scummy, but it's like funny. It is true? Lizard, you think it's a reach? I don't know. I don't know if it's supposed to be drama bait or if it's real. But it is funny that it's being talked about. I don't know. It's funny. Okay.
Just so they can sell more of those microtransaction torches. Also, do you remember the cat skin? It was the first skin in Dark and Darker history to have +2 stats instead of +1. And it was on agility at a time when the move speed meta was really strong.
Do you know how many... Oh, no. Do you know how many people argued with me on stream over this shit? Do you have any idea? I was so open. I was so against this. I talked about these skins being pay to win because it gives you direct stats that are technically better than the stats you're losing. I don't think this is a reach. I agree with this. I've been saying this for a long time now, okay? I've been saying this for so long. I really do, and like the fact that the skins keep getting more and more and more expensive. We went from four shards to 5 shards to 6 shards, and the stats keep getting better and better. There's even a skin that gives you 2 dexterity, and I think you lose, like, I don't know what you lose, but the 2 dex is so good for certain builds because it helps you reach certain threshold caps for endgame gear sets. So I know not everybody's going to agree with this, but I 100% am on board. I think the way they've dealt with skins in this game have always been stupid, personally.
By the way, SDF thinks pay to win is fun. Yeah. And finally, let's talk about this scummy pay to win temporary seasonal DLC. Okay? First of all, wealth buys the strongest gear and weapons in the game. So, if you have a lot of wealth, death is not as punishing. There's less risk in the game. You can bounce back from your deaths and fails much quicker. And you have a better success rate and better chance at surviving, at looting, at questing, at PvP, farming, at bossing. You're better at all of it. DLC users can sell more loot, which means they have faster turnaround and they progress faster, which is huge. That means they acquire wealth faster, which makes them stronger, less risk, and everything we just talked about. Gold coin bags are a massive advantage, especially early. Each costs thousands of gold and saves an immense amount of space of your limited, valuable stash space. Having these also helps speed progression a lot, especially in the beginning. You can spend your money on better gear sets instead of gold storage, like other average players have to. Even worse, the market slots were taken from the Legendary Edition.
Dude, I said all of this! I made this into a video! This is like this is almost word for word what I said in my video about the season pass. Do you know how much shit I got for this? Do you guys have any idea how many people shit talked me and told me that the season pass is not pay to win at all? Bro, hold up, where's the video? Let me find it. Let me find it, hold up. How old was it? When did it get released? Does anyone remember? Oh, there it is. I found it. Look at this like ratio! Look at this dislike ratio! 76%! I got so much shit for this when it first released back on April 11th. So much shit! And I said the same things! Almost word for word if you watch this video. I said the same exact things about it being pay to win. Why was I being attacked over this video? And it's crazy. Everyone told me that I was overreacting and that, like, it was fine. Crazy. Oh, you said you want a link to the video? I can give you that. Give me a sec. Here. This is the channel. This is his channel. Whoever asked about the creator that I'm watching, it's not like this. Click on that link and that'll bring you to the channel. And then you can see what he's... he has 2 videos. I'm watching the one from 2 days ago. And then he made a new one like 12 hours ago. So that's where it is. But yeah, I just want to put it out there that I have been against this season pass since April 11th. And there was a quarter of you that told me that I was stupid. And that I don't know what pay to win means. Crazy.
Paying players of the game. Gold coin bags were taken from all the AP farmers. Look, we could keep talking about this. I'll just say, before each character had 10 market slots, So that means there was like 70 to 100 market slots per account, and now it's down to 10.
Almost. It's at 20. Yeah, it's not 10, it's 20, but it's still equally scummy. We went from 10 market slots per character, and now we have 20 max, and you have to pay for more, which lets you in turn sell stuff for gold in a quicker rate and make more money against other players so they can buy gear and better stuff quicker. It is pay to win. It always has been, even though, you know, even though people didn't want to agree with me at the time, it always has been the case.
Let's move on. Okay, I want to share one more thing with you. This just happened. As you may know, Iron Mace has started their own podcast. You can get Iron Mace propaganda direct from them now. They had their first episode and they deleted the VOD. People were upset, and Odin promised that the VOD for the second episode would not be deleted. Of course, you can't trust Iron Mace, or especially Odin. The VOD was deleted, but don't worry, I saved it, and I'd like to show you this moment. In this clip, Iron Mace is debuting the major planned feature for next wipe.
We want to put in like one kind of big pillar system each season, right? We're gonna give you guys a lot more customized.
I had no idea about
control with it, but then you have to actually rent the servers. It's like renting your own Battlefield server, or renting or having your own Rust server. I think.
Yes, you heard that correctly. The feature that Iron Mace has been promising for over a year, our social spaces. Iron Mace wants you to pay to access those features.
Okay, so I know Legacy, Steel and Sorcery is a game that a lot of you don't like, and is a lot smaller of a game than Dark and Darker. I just want to say it's really stupid that I've been waiting for a gathering hall in Dark and Darker for 3 years, and Legacy managed to create one by after a few months of release. I know Legacy's not a perfect game and it's got a lot of issues, but at least it has a gathering hall. Iron Mace, where is our gathering hall? I just want to go into a space to talk with other players that are in the game and test, fight players in a private space. That's all I've wanted for years. Where is it? And this is their answer? Private servers you have to pay for? It's crazy. Man, I don't understand what they're doing, man. I just don't get it.
The early access game with all these microtransactions. Iron Mace wants you to pay for features they've been talking about. Oh man, what's next? Quivers for $2? This is ridiculous.
Not anymore. The quiver guy left the company. The only guy that knows how to make quivers is gone. There was one guy, and he left. They can't even sell you quivers anymore because they can't make it. They don't know how. They can't. Oh my god, I'll be back in a minute. Oh my god. It's so stupid. Okay. All right. I think fill up my cup. I'm talking a lot here, so give me a minute. All right. Oh my god, it's just so stupid, man. I just don't understand. It's just...
This was the only time I saw W's in the chat was for the social space feature, but when they announced you had to pay for it, people were not happy. In Tavern Table 3, they claimed that the social space wouldn't be ready, so they had to scrap it for next season and postpone it. I think the real reason is the community really did not like it, and so they knew they couldn't push this. Iron Mace.
Okay. Would Iron Mace really delay something if they could release it and make money? How? Okay. I mean, I'm just being honest here. Do you honestly think Iron Mace or SDF would delay something that was finished if they could make money on it right now? I know it's part of the conspiracy and all, but I genuinely think that Iron Mace would not pause a beat to release something to sell their players something to make more cash, especially with how this season is going.
Mace loves to test the community and see how they can squeeze them. But anyways, I want to show you something very interesting because I think Terry says the quiet part out loud and we can kind of see what they think.
Like one of the things we're looking is like, oh man, you know, we do envy like what Face Punch has built up with, you know, that Rust community and stuff. It's like, oh, okay, you know, I mean, you know, they not like that kind of structure.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so Terry kind of says the quiet part out loud. Look, I've been a Rust veteran for over 3,000 hours. I can tell you Rust community management is, they've been through so many community managers, and I think most people will agree, although there are a few really amazing humans that play that game, the average person in that community is pretty toxic. Okay, it's a pretty toxic community. The game, the way they've designed it, just fosters the toxicity. They've got like, you can like handcuff people and bag them and like, let's not even get into it. It's... So I think what they really envy from Face Punch is the monetization system that Face Punch has built. If you're not aware, Face Punch releases a whole set of microtransaction skins every single week. Okay, brand new skins. They also have lots of DLCs, some of them kind of expensive, more expensive than the game itself when it goes on sale. Some of their microtransactions are over $1,000. Like there's a real Rust economy. Gambling sites are out of control. Sponsorships. True. It's like CSGO. I don't have time to get into that. Go watch CoffeeZilla's video on microtransactions in Valve. All right, finally, I just want to...
So, just talking about Rust, they do have some very crazy microtransaction in that game. I have no doubt that if SDF thought he could get away with doing the kind of cosmetic, you know, microtransactions that Rust does, I have no doubt he would do it, especially after we've seen how much they've devolved in terms of making their game feel like more of a, how can we get as much money from our players as possible? I would not be surprised if we saw some kind of system try to get implemented from them to just try to get as much money as they can before their game just kind of, you know, dissipates.
Share this screenshot. SDF literally thinks pay to win is a good game mechanic. If you've been in this community a while, then you know firsthand that Iron Mace's communication is horrible. But I think that's by design. Most communications are only released through SDF, Terry, or Grayson. Also, Iron Mace appears to control and moderate most of the public places of discussion about the game. That means the Discord, the Dark and Darker subreddit, the DC Inside Korean Dark and Darker forums, or they speak through contracted streamers in their Twitch chat, or in Q&As where they never ask the hard questions. It's a glaze fest. So
I don't know if what he is saying is true or not. I don't know exactly. I don't know if this is just like for the sake of the drama or not. That said, Iron Mace is really bad with communicating with the public. I have seen big gaming news come from random streamers' chats that never makes its way to Discord or anything like that. So they've always been very, very bad with this kind of thing. So I don't know if there's a grand conspiracy or not here, but regardless, they are really bad for sure.
All of this helps them shape the narrative around the game and control it. Grayson Johnson, the Iron Mace community manager, and some other staff and volunteers have moderation control over the subreddit. This used to not be allowed, but Reddit recently quietly changed that, unfortunately. Regardless, I'm sure you can see the potential for abuse. Also, there are strong allegations.
Talking about the Reddit, by the way, I think there was a message from one of the mods on Reddit, I think it was Dryfire, that said that Grayson doesn't really help at all with moderating. He said that at this point, the moderation for Reddit is like 2 of them or something like that. It's not a lot of them left. And he says that they don't really hide info like is theorized here. So I don't know where it is on Reddit. I think it was under this guy's original Reddit post. I don't know where it is. Just putting that out there. I don't know if the Reddit conspiracy is true. I'm not sure.
That they also moderate the largest forum for Dark and Darker in South Korea, the part of it that's Dark and Darker, DC Inside. It can be very hard to find up-to-date information on this game since Iron Mace keeps changing where they put that information. Sometimes it's in Discord announcements or SDF's propaganda kitchen, or maybe it's in a live Q&A with a contracted streamer, but maybe the VOD's not enabled, or maybe SDF might be in some contracted streamer's chat just leaking upcoming info, which, by the way, sometimes affects the economy and game.
Yeah. I don't think SDF has ever been in my chat, by the way. I don't think they like me. I have never gotten any information about upcoming patches at all in my chat, so unlucky for me, I guess.
Play adversely, like when he leaked the Wyvern stuff recently, that update, and a bunch of people bought mallets, right? Ugh. Next, Iron Mace often actively censors, hides, or deletes information which makes Iron Mace look bad. There are so many examples, and that's a phrase you're going to hear me say over and over tonight. I'm not going to provide receipts on everything because it's way too much work tracking down all this old content, which is partially scrubbed from the internet. But you veterans will remember. Now, here's an example. As you may know, the Korean police raided the Iron Mace studio, as well as the homes of SDF and Terry. Keep in mind, this is not your local police. This is serious police, okay? This is the Security Investigation Unit. These guys handle cases of industrial espionage, all right? After the raid, Grayson claimed the police did come and check. It was a quick process and nothing was found. Yeah, I bet it was a quick process with the police kicking.
I was around the Discord when all this was happening forever ago. I remember all of the topics going on about, that, like, Grayson, right? Saying that there was nothing found and all this other stuff. It's funny, I was just, like I was on ground zero. Like I was just there for all of this info. Looking
down
back,
your front door. Now, Grayson also claims nothing was found. However, Korean media reached out to the Security Investigation Unit, and the officer in charge states, "We secured relevant data through the search and seizure and are currently investigating whether there are any problems with the data." Later, this data was turned over to prosecutors. So to me, Iron Mace appears to be downplaying the truth and trying to reshape the narrative.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Even though I think it's even though I think it's fun to, look at this from a conspiracy angle, realistically, what do you It is a little loud. How come no one said that already? Yeah, we can change it a little bit. No one said that yet. I did it. Okay, I changed it a little bit. Anyway, what do you really expect Iron Mace to say? I imagine that everything that was said on Discord was probably directly correlated to what their lawyer told you to say. Lavian's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna not change it then. It's only Doom who thinks it's loud, so never mind, I'm not gonna change it. But yeah, well, what do you really expect Iron Mace to do? Because most of these messages were probably picked by a lawyer. I don't think the lawyer would have ever said, yeah, Grayson, why don't you go ahead and tell the dad community that important evidence was seized and that, like, they would never tell us this info, right? So I don't really know if there's a grand conspiracy here. I think it was just lawyer talk. Like, of course, Grayson is not going to give us big, important updates that could have affected the case. That's all. I don't know if there really is a big conspiracy here. Also, to answer one question from chat, yes, I am probably going to try Arc Raiders. Well, I guess it is 2 questions. But no, I don't usually play shooters. So as long as Arc Raiders comes out and it doesn't conflict with other games, I'll probably try it out, yeah.
Another blatant example is, as you may know, cheating has gotten very bad. It used to be mostly a problem in Asia and OCE servers, but it's progressed and it is now a widespread problem felt on all servers. Iron Mace has no serious
Cheating
proposal
so
or
bad right
solution
now. This is
to fix this
100%
problem.
true.
Instead, they recently made a private Discord for only Balladeer level streamers and creators to get help. Once again, Iron Mace is providing secret special treatment to streamers.
All right,
while the general player.
Hold up. All right. Let's. You guys want to see this? I don't care. If they want to remove me from partner, I don't really give a shit. If they want to do it, then I'm not going to stop them. I don't care. You guys want to see this private Discord channel that's super secret? It's not even like anything crazy, dude. I didn't even ask to be added to this channel. They just made me partner without telling me anything. Bro, there's nothing to even go over. There's nothing here. There's a Dark and Darker creator, alright? We can, like, report cheating, report stream sniping, report bugs. And then there's, like, chat rooms for Troubadours, Balladeers, and partners. Like, it's literally just a glorified chat room. There's nothing here. Like, it's all so useless. Like, I don't know why this is, like, a big concern. Like, creator events, this is literally, like, for creators to, like, Iron Mace doesn't do shit for us, guys. Iron Mace, like, we do everything for ourselves. I don't know why this is, like, a big conspiracy. But I didn't even ask to be made partner. Also, this NDA chat, by the way, it's empty. There's nothing there. So there's not even anything under NDA that I could share with you that would even get me in trouble, because I never even signed an NDA for this. Nothing is here. I don't understand. Like, it's not a big conspiracy. All they did was move the creators from the main Discord, the Dark and Darker Discord, because the chats used to be up here, above the dev. They used to be here, like, in between, whatever, like, I don't know. It was somewhere here. And it was Balladeer, Troubadour, and partner chat, or something. And then they changed it. They removed it from this Discord. I don't know why. And they made a new Discord channel. So I joined it, because I was already Balladeer. And then without asking, they just moved me to partner. I never asked for it. They just did it. So, like, that's it. Like, there's no grand conspiracy here that I know of. At least. It's just a chat room that I didn't even ask to be made partner, and they just did it anyway. I never even signed an NDA for it. So, whatever. They've never given me a cent, man. I wish Iron Mace gave me money. They don't give me shit.
Airbase has to suffer.
I take it, though.
Clearly, Iron Mace's anti-cheat and stream sniping systems don't work.
Tough luck.
When announcing this group, Grayson said he would ban anyone sharing the existence of it. So I asked why, and he said it was only drama bait. That seemed like a bad answer, so I asked him to clarify, and he ignored the question while responding to others. I really don't like how he turns things around on creators, claiming this is drama bait. In my opinion, Grayson is a bad community manager who I've seen use threats and gaslighting against many people many times. He's not someone I would want representing my game. Next, Iron Mace also uses their information control tactics.
I don't know if he talks about it in this video or not. Grayson is gonna be the main community manager now because Odin is stepping down from the company. So Odin will be gone, and Grayson is gonna take over everything. FYI.
A lot in their Discord. They're pretty heavy-handed with their moderation.
I don't know if it's a secret or not.
They're
but
constantly deleting
know.
or muting negative but honest discussion about their game. They often delete or time out things which make them look bad. They are often very quick and sensitive to moderate. There are sometimes really good memes that are funny in the meme channel, and they get hundreds of positive emoji reactions, but they are quickly moderated and deleted if they present Iron Mace in a negative light. So you got to catch them quick. Iron Mace used to be very blatant with their Discord poll vote manipulation. In the playtest days, about 2.5 years ago, I used to enjoy looking at the votes of the community because it was a good representation of public opinion on each update. Later on, though, I noticed sometimes the negative votes would be reset back to zero. And the positive...
Iron Mace does. They remove the clown emojis. Iron Mace removes the clown emojis. They do. They were caught red-handed on Reddit, and then the Reddit hive mind came over and said, "Oh, you're just trying to call out SDF for something that doesn't matter." But they did remove clown emojis. It's true. I was there for it. They do it. This is not a conspiracy. SDF actually does remove clown emojis. And then people from Reddit were defending SDF for removing the clown emojis. And the people that were mad at the people for not being mad at SDF for removing the clown emojis were attacking those other people. It was a big circle. A big clown emoji circle. It was great. Okay.
Vote emojis would stay there. So the negative votes would go back to zero, and they'd have to slowly work their way back up, but they would never reach their original high number. And so, if you looked at this later, it would look as if an update was much more well received than it truly was. This was one of my early red flags where I started to not trust Iron Mace.
Now he just...
Now, in a live Q&A a long time ago, they were called out on this. SDF claimed he knew nothing, and he basically scapegoated his Discord moderators. You know, the classic corporate response, you know, I'm not directly involved. You know, I would never order them to do that. I don't know what they're doing, you know. It is classic. Just another attempt to deflect away from responsibility and leadership.
Oh, oh my God, this is it. You guys remember when I talked about the GoFundMe from years ago? This is it, I think. I think this is SDF talking because people thought it was a scam. So there was that message from someone from their community that was asking for a GoFundMe for people to give them money so they could release the game or something. And then they took it down, and it was a community uproar that people were saying it was a big scam. I forgot about this part. Funny that I see this here. So, yeah, that was a crazy time.
Nowadays, Iron Mace is much more subtle with their manipulation. Sometimes they will completely reset all the emojis on an announcement like this. Next, Iron Mace has never communicated with South Korean media in the past 3 years, until this month, which we'll get to. But consider that for a second. A company which constantly claims, we are experts who have worked on many of the biggest hits in Korea, okay? We believe in creating games with soul, blah, blah, blah. Usher in a new renaissance of awesome video games direct from Korea, blah, blah, blah. We want to show the world that Korea can build global gaming franchises, blah, blah, blah. Okay, all this stuff about the creative potential of Korea. But you don't speak to your own country's media. That doesn't seem right at all. Why?
I heard a rumor. I don't know if he talks about this or not, but I heard that Iron Mace is looked negatively in Korea because of the lawsuit and the culture that's there. So, like, they're seen in a negative light because other people just view them as people that, you know, stole from Nexon, and that's just kind of the end-all. So I don't know if that has anything to do with what he's saying or not, but I thought it was worth at least mentioning that I heard that before. I don't really know if that's even relevant, but I'm just putting it out there. Also, thank you, Lord Python, for the sub, by the way. Appreciate it. Anyway.
Only communicate through your controlled Discord and streamers who all have NDAs or signed contracts with you. Next, Iron Mace also hired so
All right. So let's address the elephant in the room. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I'll just mention it again because some of you might not have been here. The NDA controversy, I can't speak for every content creator out there, but I can speak from someone who has gotten an NDA from Iron Mace. But it was a while ago, and it was for the Twitch drops and the creation of the Balladeer chat. So I never got any money for it. I wish I did, but I never did. I had a one-on-one conversation with Odin, and they made me sign an NDA to have the meeting because they wanted to talk to me about what kind of Twitch drops they were going to add to the game or something, and then they wanted to talk about like the new Balladeer, like, so basically a higher tier of creator, and they wanted to do some extra stuff with that. But that was it. That's the only NDA I've ever seen from Iron Mace. So I can't speak for other creators, but I can tell you my side. There you go.
Uma and Odin. These guys at the time ran the only podcasts about Dark and Darker. Although they weren't very big.
The other creators are denying having an NDA with Iron Mace in the first place. Really? Okay, I'm going to speak from an unbiased standpoint. I don't want you to tell me who is saying that they didn't have an NDA. But I would venture to guess that most creators for Dark and Darker, even if it's a small NDA for something irrelevant, probably had an NDA at some point. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But considering I was a very small part of Iron Mace because I never got looped in with any of the other like big creator info, it's weird that I had an NDA and they never did. So I don't really know.
Big, they're still one of the focal points for public opinion in this game. By hiring these two, Iron Mace gains directly favorable control over all the Dark and Darker podcasts. Now, Iron Mace employees are choosing which safe guests to have on the show.
Also, they did ask me, by the way. They asked me to be on the show, whatever it's called, the Darkest Hour, but that was right before I started playing Dungeonborn. And I just stopped caring about that at the time, so I just ignored him and said I wasn't interested. And then by the time I came back to Dark and Darker, when Dungeonborn died, it was just like, I just didn't care anymore about it. But I was asked at one point to join this. I just never did it.
They get to control the conversations. Next, the night program was a predictable failure. This is another long story short. Basically, they wanted to teach people how to play the game. So when you have 100,000 people that you need to teach or more, what do you do? Well, let me tell you what you don't do. There's no military or school system in the entire world which pairs experienced teachers or military personnel one by one with each recruit. That is ridiculous. You don't teach people one by one like this. No, you create training materials, videos, you share them, self-study, then you do group classes. So to me, the entire thing was a sham. It was never intended to help people. If you ask the people who tried to get help, they are sitting for months in a queue to get help, but they can't. And sometimes they just don't get help at all. They're ghosted.
Okay. I think there's some truth to this, and some not truth to this. I think the night program was really bad because it was a lazy way for Iron Mace to not create a real tutorial for their game and help lead their new players. So in that sense, I agree. The whole night program was terrible, and it also had people in the night program who did exactly what he said that never helped the community. However, I don't know them by name, but I know of some knights in the program, because I was never one of them, who did help new players. So it wasn't every single knight that didn't help players. It was just a portion of the community. Really, though, I don't think we should even be targeting the knights anyway, because I don't know who the knights were, but it's really Iron Mace we should be targeting here, not the knights. Iron Mace are the ones who are being lazy and not creating a legitimate tutorial new player system in their game. That is not a player issue. That is an Iron Mace issue. And then Iron Mace released this program as like a band-aid to try to make it better for new players, and it just did not work. So I'm not saying that what he's saying is wrong, but I think this is more of an Iron Mace fault, not a Knight fault, personally. That's it.
And besides, some of the creators who I saw joining this program clearly didn't want to help people. They're not those types of people from my point of view. They seemed like they were just there for the clout and to get closer to Iron Mace. Next, I think the creator program is just...
It's possible. It's definitely possible that there were people in the Knight program who had no intention of helping anybody. But I don't think every Knight there was trying to do that. So I don't think it's fair to proclaim that every Knight did that, which is... because he didn't really mention the other Knights that did help the community, so I don't really know exactly.
To capture more creators into a pro Iron Mace position, there's really no point to be a balladeer or troubadour, and if you are one, you know it. Iron Mace doesn't work with us, they don't do events, they don't schedule anything, there's no out.
That's exactly what I said earlier. So remember when I showed the Discord channel that we're in? I'm telling you, Iron Mace does not care about their creators. Unless you're like the top guns. You know? Unless you're like Jay or like just unless you're someone who has really high like repos or any of the really popular, 500 to 1,000 viewer streamers. They don't care about 99% of us. They don't care about me, right? They only care about the really large streamers. And that doesn't mean there's anything bad about Jay or about Repose. There's nothing negative about them. They're just bigger creators. That's fine. But this is all true. Unless you're a really big creator and like SDS visiting your chat and stuff like that, they do not care about us. So yeah, even though I'm in like the creator chats, they don't communicate with us at all. There's nothing here that I could even share that would mean anything.
Outreach, it's pointless. It's just a facade. And if you check, SDF is never posted at all. Correction, they did just release an emote for balladeers. Who cares? And actually, it's exploitable because it makes your weapons invisible.
I've been saying this since it released. Dude, so balladeer got the, it's like the, not a cello, violin, whatever the hell, no, guitar? It's a guitar, right? I think it's a guitar. You pull out the instrument and then you play the Dark and Darker theme song, but you can attack with the instrument in your hand. So you can basically trick people into thinking that you can't attack. I discovered this on the first day or like the first week that the emote existed, and I abused it a little bit. I never made a video on it, but it was really silly. And they never ended up patching it, so balladeers, myself included, just have an emote that gives you an advantage in game, which is really stupid.
What's the point, man? Now, let's talk about Iron Mace's history of bad hiring and management of employees. They are especially bad at the hiring and management of remote workers. Now, there are so many examples that we could discuss, but I've limited it to just a few. First, Liquid and Nessie were customer service guys who got in trouble for using TeamViewer to remote into people's computers. Regardless of the reasons, that is a huge potential legal issue and liability.
I don't know anything about this, by the way. This is something I can't really comment on.
You don't just casually ask for remote access into your customers' computers. Second, Vincent, Hyungjun, and Walpurgis Kid were all former employees of Iron Mace. We're going to discuss the revelations in Walpurgis Kid's videos and statements after we discuss Soma. But you should know that it appears all three of these people never disclosed their position or relationship publicly, which I believe is illegal in South Korea and the US.
Yeah, Iron Mace has never given me a singular cent for this game. Also, you know I'm not lying, because I was honest about when Dungeonborn paid me. When I started playing Dungeonborn, I wasn't in contact with devs at all. And then, like 4 months after, towards the end of the game's player, or towards the end of like before the game died, they sent me a message and said, "Hey, you know, our player base is struggling. We want to recruit streamers, to try to get the player base back." And I was still actively playing Dungeonborn at the time, so I said, "Well, yeah, of course I'll take that. I'm already playing the game anyway, so why wouldn't I?" So I did disclose to the community that I was getting paid for that, and then we just moved on. Like, nothing special here. Yeah, Iron Mace has never paid me shit, boys. They don't, yeah, they don't have any interest in that. I would have
in
taken it
many
if they did,
countries around the world. Vincent was also included in the first Twitch drops. Should Iron Mace be including former secret employees in their Twitch drops, which brings them viewers and money? You might notice nowadays Vincent is currently one of the most popular streamers in Dark and Darker. Parthaxia was a former Iron Mace anti-cheat team leader, and he was fired. He had a bad reputation of treating others poorly in the OCE community, where he's from. And he banned someone who he was facing in the arena live, which caused him to lose all his stuff. Regardless of the reasoning, it was unprofessional the way he did it. And I actually had an interaction with him. Long story short, I was range hacked by a barb live on stream. At the time, I did not have robust layers of protection. It was pretty bad back then. And so the hacker was able to get my IP and cut my stream. I went through Iron Mace anti-cheat channels, and it was escalated to Parthaxia. It took a day before I actually got to talk to him, so of course the guy got away in the short term, and I had to end my stream that day. I couldn't keep going. Now, after being dismissive and unhelpful, he finally ghosted me, and I just couldn't get him to reply. In the end, the hacker got away, and my belief in the anti-cheat effectiveness was further eroded. I'm not really saying everything. I was kind of pushing them for the capabilities, and it seemed like their anti-cheat is really pathetic from my perspective.
I think that's true. I think Iron Mace's anti-cheat is very bad. We've had instances in the community where players have been like confirmed cheating, and then they just still are on and play the game. And Iron Mace, it just feels like nothing really gets done. I think there are a huge amount of people that are cheating in Dark and Darker to this day, like right now. I think it's massive. I don't know if it's on the same scale that like Escape from Tarkov is. If any of you have seen the Tarkov Wiggle video, but it's very, very likely there's a lot of cheaters at the moment. No, I never got my steak dinner, CGB. I was not part of the clique.
Perspective. Anyways, let's move on to one of the worst cases, in my opinion, Soma, whose name is Jordan Taylor. Jordan was Iron Mace's head of marketing for at least 11 months officially. I'll explain why we don't know later. First, let's talk about his career field, marketing. Marketers are basically professional wordsmiths, so you should expect a lot of them to be crafty and very good with words. And in my business experience, I've found a lot of them to be skilled at manipulating narratives.
Okay, so I think this is the part of the video where a lot of people were very critical of Not Like This, because it felt like he didn't have enough proof to make the claims that he's making. I personally have never interacted with Soma. I don't think I've ever talked to the guy. Maybe in Discord, like in like a general chat or like the creator chat, maybe, but I don't think he was ever there either. As far as I can remember, I don't think I've ever talked to Soma. So I can't really speak to his professionalism or his morals, whatever, that he's trying to proclaim here. But I did hear that this is a very controversial part of his video, so keep that in mind moving forward.
And people. Of course, marketing is on a wide spectrum, right? And obviously there are ethically good marketers out there. But on the more shady end of that spectrum, I've seen a lot of people essentially taking shit and proclaiming it to be gold. But let's put a hold on my personal experiences and let's attempt to look at him objectively, despite my obvious personal bias. He claims he started on May 1st and that he worked for free for the month of April, which is about 11 months totally at Iron Mace. But if you look at the Discord and search, it's public knowledge that Soma was working for Iron Mace in the first week of April. Are you telling me Iron Mace claimed publicly to have hired him, but he wasn't actually hired? He was just a volunteer? Something is not right here, and I can see their relationship going back further with Q&As and other stuff. Also, what the hell is a paid volunteer? Doesn't make sense. This really feels off, but...
So, again, I don't know... So, it is weird that the information isn't lining up from what Soma is saying versus, like, that other information, but... Again, I'm not exactly sure the relevance of all that information, or like, I don't exactly know. I just don't exactly know what we're trying to like pull at here, you know, as far as like that goes. But I'll just keep watching and maybe that'll make sense.
But I don't know the full picture here. Let's move on. What did he actually do for the 11 months at Iron Mace besides collect a paycheck? When I questioned him recently, he claims he worked about 40 hours a week on average, sometimes more. In my opinion, the main reason Iron Mace wanted him was for his mythic talent connections. Soma supposedly helped them prepare for Summer Games Fest and OTK Expo. Fair enough, that covers 1 or 2 months of work, but what about the rest of his time at Iron Mace? All I can find are the crappy video ads he did with Odin and Lego Time Bomb.
I promise the fruits of our labor, the stuff Odin and I
The fart
and
ads.
Lego Time
I
Bomb have been
remember
working on,
these.
it's finally
They
going to
were
see its
really
day in the
bad.
sun soon. And I'm very excited for it. I cannot wait to prove to SDF how awesome marketing can be and why marketing and advertising is essentially $1 trillion business globally, and why every single game studio and film studio and any company, probably, and any company utilize.
I'm just gonna put it out there. I have nothing against Soma. I've never talked to the guy, so I have no personal issues with him. But yeah, the farting ad was really bad. That's all I'm gonna say.
Do you remember actions versus words? Those were some pretty strong hype words. Let's see the results. Wow, absolutely unfunny garbage. Even worse, they are...
Look, I'm not trying to be mean here. If you if you like the ad, that's fine. I personally like look at that and just I would never buy this game. That looks like a bad mobile game ad that has nothing to do with the game. Like that makes me think of those really, you know what I'm talking about, where you're on YouTube scroll and you see like those ads and they're like for mobile games or whatever, and they're always really misleading, or just it doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make sense for Dark and Darker. Like surely there could have been something better done here. Again, I have no issue with Soma, but this ad was terrible.
Are taking the worst, most broken, most unbalanced parts and aspects of their game, and they're trying to package them and tout them as good aspects, which are the selling points which are going to draw people into the game. I mean, talk about being insanely out of touch. I've literally never seen Soma play Dark and Darker, and regardless, Iron Mace senior leadership signed off on these stupid ads.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's worse, the fact that the ads got created or the fact that SDF himself probably approved the ad and said, yeah, that looks good. I don't really know. That's not, I don't know, it is a little silly.
Oof. Jordan also claimed to me last year that he was in charge of the first Twitch drops, which were very controversial, right?
Oh,
for feeding.
This is what I was part of, by the way. Remember when I said that I had an NDA with Odin, like way back when? It was for these drops. My name was supposed to be on this list, and I wasn't there because I was playing Dungeonborn at the time, which is why you don't see me here. Technically, I could have never, I didn't even have to disclose that I ever had an NDA, but it literally doesn't matter. So why would I not just tell you? Because, like, again, my name was never even put as far as I know. But yeah, so that's all that I know about these drops.
All the drops to the day 1 streamers, not the day 2 or 3. Although I asked him again in April, and he tried to backtrack on those claims, and he said SDF was in charge of picking the streamers. If you look at the list of
Okay, so I don't know if SDF was part of the streamer picks or not. I got picked from Odin, but it's possible SDF told Odin to pick me. But I feel like Odin picked. I thought Odin told me he picked me himself, but I don't really know. I don't know. But moving on.
Streamers, especially the day one guys, it's full of his friends. A lot of the same people who were invited to an expensive private creator dinner in San Francisco, funded by Iron Mace.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was not invited to Morton's Steakhouse because I denied or I basically rejected the day one drops. I basically said I didn't want them anymore. So I'm pretty sure at that point, like Iron Mace disowned me as a creator, and I was kind of on my own. So I think that's why I never got invited to the fancy dinner.
Which Jordan tried to invite me to. Now is a good time to discuss my personal interactions with him, but in conclusion, I really have no idea what Jordan did at Iron Mace after the first 2 months, besides collect a paycheck, get a nice severance package, and make some crappy ads. Maybe that was his plan all along, to just coast and drift. I don't know. So, you must understand that to the greater public, and especially streamers, Soma appeared to be the highest ranking Western leader at the company, the head of marketing, a position of power and responsibility. He appeared to be the gatekeeper for streamers, deciding who gets to be involved with.
Okay, so I don't know if Soma had the same power that he's saying. So unless there was a different drop campaign that I'm not aware of for day one drops, unless it was like a different instance, like an earlier instance of day one drops, because I talked to Odin, not Soma. So I'm not exactly sure where the I'm really confused exactly like what is going on here, because if Soma was like the top dog and he was making all the decisions like that he's claiming, I feel like Soma would have been the one to reach out to me, not Odin. So it's a little confusing. I just don't really know. I don't know. This is what it is.
Iron Mace's Twitch drops, which of course equals growth, more viewers, and more money. Now, it all started when he invited me on his podcast. I showed up early, and Jay and the Spud Hunter showed up late. Jordan was partially AFK, but we did have about 10 minutes to chat. It's the first time I've ever talked to him. Within the first 5 minutes, I felt like something was off. It seemed like he had intention behind every other sentence, and I was getting like fake salesman vibes. That's just my honest impression. He also almost canceled that show on me that day, which personally felt disrespectful since he had already delayed and rescheduled on me before. Anyways, I made it clear that I came prepared for his podcast with pages of notes on balancing and game design. And he assured me before the show multiple times that we would cover everything I wanted. However, after the late streamers arrived, we got into the conversation, and it centered around the new player experience for 45 minutes. Even he's just repeating himself, it felt like. I wanted to move on. Only when we were about halfway through did we finally start discussing the things I wanted, all the negative aspects of the current game, the balancing issues. But it felt like
So this is the part of the video that I think I've seen a lot of people discuss off, like I think in Discord and I think on Reddit too. There have been people that have, I don't know if the new video that Not Like This released covers this or not, but I've seen people accuse Not Like This of basically having like a personal grudge, like he just personally doesn't like Soma. So the info that he's giving on Soma is just all seen negatively to make Soma look bad. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's very clear that he does not like Soma. So I don't know how true or not that is, but putting it out there that I did see some comments about that.
kept getting cut short every time, or almost every time. Just perhaps I should have been more adamant, you know? But again, this is the powerful gatekeeper and for the streamers. And I didn't want to push too hard, you know? In the end, he supposedly had a hard stop, which he had to go, despite us being in the middle of really great balancing discussion. I never even got through half my notes and topics. Jordan said he'd definitely have me on again, though. I should also mention that he had a guest calendar for the podcast, but for some reason it was public, a little unprofessional, but it meant that everyone with the link could see that, you know.
Is it unprofessional to have the episodes and the people that are going to be on those episodes? Is that an unprofessional thing? I don't... Is that a bad thing? Am I missing something here? I don't really know. I don't really... That doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. How is that a bad thing? Yes and no? How is it yes? Isn't it good for the public to see the names so they can choose like what episode they want to watch? I don't really know. I don't... It's funny. It's more split than I expected it to be. Like, for me, I look at this, like, if this list was just kind of put in the public, I don't really think that's a problem, personally. I don't see this as unprofessional, personally. Like, I'm all for, you know, like, looking at something objectively and saying, okay, like, well, that's kind of scum, like, that's kind of shitty or not, but I don't think this is bad, personally. Ignore the minor bias that he has. Well, yeah, but I'm not talking about the minor bias. I'm just talking about the list. He says this list is unprofessional, that it's public. I just don't see how that's like a relevant thing, personally.
Who was going to be up? And I could indeed see that he had me on the schedule for a future appearance at this time. Now, afterwards, we talked in DMs, and he said he wanted to chat about content creation. I think he was trying to come off as this experienced, friendly mentor, but beneath the facade, it felt like he wanted something, you know? So we set a date, and we talked for a little over an hour in a voice call on Discord. In this call, he basically tries to pitch himself to me as an expert who, I quote, has seen and done everything and has all the answers, which is a red flag, right? There was a lot of things we discussed in that call, but I'll focus on the big stuff. Early on, I told him that I knew both Odin and Feseb had leaked the Steam release early to their friend groups. Guess what? Nothing was done. I should have expected that, since later I would learn that Soma was sharing info with his friends. Anyways, Feseb was of course caught many months later, but they could have avoided all that if they had just listened and investigated. Anyways, also, very importantly, Jordan mentioned that he managed Jay Griffia, Repose, and Yami, and he was probably about to get another large streamer who I will not mention, since that streamer wished to remain anonymous, and as far as I can see, the streamer did turn Jordan down. Jordan also claimed Iron Mace knew about these relationships and they were okay with it, and I quote, everything was above the board. Finally, Jordan tried to manage me. Yes, while he was working at Iron Mace, Jordan tried to recruit me into his personal business. He wanted a double-digit percentage cut for handling the communication and negotiating with sponsors. But of course, he never mentioned bringing any new business, bringing value, right? When he described the limited scope of his services To me, it felt like he was describing a simple middleman, a leech. Imagine my position. He is the gatekeeper to being in the inside group. I'm a passionate creator who has devoted my channel and free time to this game, which the head of marketing controls who gets in, who gets to join the drops, and who doesn't. Who has a relationship with Iron Mace and who doesn't. The entire situation just felt like an abuse of power to me and an abuse of his position. It made me feel really bad for a long time. I tried to play it off in the moment as nicely as possible, and I tried to seem like I would keep, this open as an option. I didn't want to anger him or get on his bad side. And I think a part of me naively wanted to believe him. He talks about how he's at Twitch and I believe Stream Elements, and he brags about his clearance, which I don't think you should do, but let's move on. 2 weeks later, he invited me to a Dark and Darker creator dinner on September 20th at an expensive steakhouse in San...
All I can really say so far, from what I just heard him say about the conversation with Soma and him trying to market himself, all I can really say for sure is that it's very obvious that Night Like This has just really does not like the guy. It is very clear that he really dislikes Soma. That's all I can say for sure.
San Francisco. Initially, I said I would go, but later I said I would not. I knew what it could do for my channel if I went, to meet those other creators and to meet him. But the more I thought about it, it felt off. I don't know. I never got a guest list, but I'm sure you all can guess his friends were there. Probably Jay Griffia, Yami, Arcane Armor, Endboss, Ken Nabi, One Peg, So Bad Strange, you know the guys. Anyways, after declining this, he completely ghosted me. So, later...
Okay, real quick. Okay, so he had a conversation for an hour with Soma. Soma tried to market himself to Not Like This, to community manage him on the side of what he was doing with Iron Mace, of which he was already doing for other big streamers. Not Like This didn't like the way that he portrayed himself or didn't want to do work with Soma. Soma didn't ever stop him from going to the dinner. Not Like This chose not to go on his own, his own choice. He chose not to. Also, hi Zulu. Welcome. Thank you. And then after Not Like This declined the dinner, Soma decided not to reach back out. Did I pretty much get all that? We're pretty much on the same page. That's what I'm hearing, pretty much.
Later, I would check his podcast schedule, and I saw that I had been removed from that future appearance. Also, when Twitch Drops finally released, I saw that I was not included.
Okay, so the question is... Yeah, this is more just drama, right? This isn't really anything to do with Dark and Darker itself. It's just, I don't think this is relevant to Dark and Darker or, specific or anything. Thank you, Swangin, for the sub. Perfect name. Thank you for making me say your name out loud. Perfect. Thanks. Anyway, what was I saying? Now I got sidetracked by Swangin. I don't remember anymore. I'm sidetracked now. Okay. So he was invited to the dinner, and then he declined the dinner, and then after that, Soma took him off the list for the Darkest Hour and took him off of the day one streams. So the question is, I guess, did Soma do it out of spite of him not, accepting his marketing help? Or was he taken off because he was mad that he didn't go to the dinner? This is definitely more just personal gripes that he has with, it's more just a personal thing, right? Not a Iron Mace problem. So, I don't know.
Instead, they included many small streamers, even a couple inactive people. Also, they included Wilson's Game, who, right or wrong, had just publicly and very messily and unprofessionally witch hunted another streamer in the community. And they even included the infamous Todd Father, the complaining yapper. No offense, Todd. Like, really, Iron Mace wanted the Todd Father, but not me. I don't know, man.
So I don't really have much to say about Todd Father, personally. And I don't know Not Like This or Todd Father personally, but it definitely just sounds like he's very upset that like certain streamers got picked over him. And I'm not saying that's necessary, like I'm not saying that he's not valid for feeling this way. But this definitely just feels like drama, I think, more than anything else. So I don't know. I feel like the video's really gone off track to what the video was supposed to be, which was shitting on Iron Mace, which I was all on board for. So I don't know. Anyone, like, am I wrong? Am I wrong on this point? Like, I don't know. You think his point is that Iron Mace knew Soma was doing all that, and that he potentially had a conflict of interest, which can be illegal, unethical? Ah, I see. So you're saying that Soma was working under Iron Mace at the time, so it could be considered unethical that Soma was trying to recruit Not Like This for marketing. Is that pretty much what I'm hearing? I don't know the legality of anything like that. I don't exactly know, or not. Is his entire point just that Iron Mace is bad at hiring people? Because well, we already know that's true. Because Iron Mace has one inventory guy, and he couldn't make quivers in 3 years. And SDF never hired another inventory guy in 3 years. So we already know that he's bad at hiring people. That's not up for debate. We already know that that's the thing. So we gotta already know about that one, you know? Feel like you should have had to pay for the drama DLC? Bro, the drama this season has been peak. It's crazy. It's so stupid. There's so much drama. All right.
And come on, guys. Let's just talk about the truth. What's going on here? Anyways, look, in his head of marketing position, Soma could see Iron Mace data like marketing plans, trends, and info, right? He's the head of marketing. We can only assume. So if he did share this info with his streamers that work for his personal business or that are managed by him, then he gave a massive, unfair advantage that could boost his streamers and make himself and his streamers money. Ugh. So let's cover my recent.
So he's saying that Soma had a conflict of interest because he worked for Iron Mace, and he had strings to give streamers special treatment. And because he was able to give streamers special treatment of people he was managing, which would in turn make himself more money. Is that pretty much what I'm hearing? I guess, like, that's his big thing, right?
Questioning of Jordan, because I caught him in a lot of lies. The entire time that I questioned him, he was trying to pretend like he was my friend and that he had helped me a bunch. And this fake friendship rapport BS really disgusted me. The same way like a fake sleazy salesman who's trying to build that fake rapport would also disgust me. He claims he was just a contractor, so there's no conflict of interest. Now, I'm no lawyer, but I smell BS. and at the very least, very poor ethics, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is, I don't think this is, I don't know if it's illegal or not. But I will say, so I know his video's gone very off the rails, and it's like all drama, like all personal drama, and he just does not like Soma. There could be some validity here. Like, if Soma made a choice based on the people that he was managing because of the strings he has with Iron Mace, I guess that that would be that'd be a little unethical. So if that did affect Not Like This, then I could see why he would be spiteful. Is it illegal? I have no idea. Is it unethical? It's possible. But keep in mind that we're only hearing Not Like This' side of the story. We're not hearing Soma's side of the story. So it's always a little bit harder to objectively look at something when you're only watching it from one person's point of view. So while from his point of view, it does sound like Soma's being scummy here, I don't know Soma well enough or at all to be able to say if that's it or not. Well, my point is that, do we know for a fact that Soma does not have any evidence from himself that could prove that what he's saying is not true? It's possible. I'm not saying that Soma is clear. I'm not saying that Not Like This is wrong. I'm just saying that we only have one side of the story. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Because I don't know
Is this
either
not
of these
a
guys.
legal
I don't know
liability
Soma
to
or
Iron
Not Like
Mace?
This.
He also claims that he did disclose his relationships publicly about his streamers. Well, his streamers have tens of thousands of followers, right? So when I search the Discords, various Discords, not just the official, the subreddit, the greater internet, why don't I find a single shred of proof of anyone talking about this or knowing this? That doesn't seem right. Even worse, he must think I'm a complete idiot because he tried to get me to ask his streamer and friend, Jay, to validate the truth of his claim. After I was done asking him questions recently, he tried to paint himself as a victim. I mentioned that I wish he had told the community the truth instead of taking the check from Iron Mace and signing that NDA. And he tried to get sympathy from me by saying he's got bills to pay and he's got kids, but the dude lives in a very nice area of San Francisco, and San Francisco is frequently at the top of the most expensive cities to live in the USA.
Okay, this is where I'm gonna, okay. I get that Not Like This doesn't like Soma, but look at it from a perspective of somebody that, just look at it from any job point of view. You know, let's just take out the personal interest that we have in Dark and Darker. I think what he just said is kind of messed up. I think that was not, I think that was not okay of what he just said. Soma, so all I know is that Soma lost his job at Iron Mace, and they offered him a package to basically get paid for X amount of time for signing that NDA. It doesn't matter where he lives. We don't know what his financial situation is like. So, for you to tell someone else that, I just don't, I don't agree with that, personally. Because we don't know Soma's financial situation. You know, we don't know. We know he has, I guess he has kids, but we don't know how he is with money. We don't know how much how much he has in the bank. That's a standard thing from companies, as far as I know. I don't think, of all the, I don't know. I don't know if that's something to specifically target Soma for.
From what I understand, he's been there a long time. I'm just not believing his sob story. You want a real sob story? I'll give you one at the end of the video. Anyways, if you read his Reddit account and some of his Reddit comments, which are a little sketch, it appears he had a nice long severance pay. He doesn't seem to be struggling. Plenty of time to get another job. Finally, in the end, he wished to remain anonymous. In my opinion, I had just caught him in a bunch of lies, And of course, I doubt he wants the public to know the full truth, especially if any of this is illegal, which, I'm not a lawyer, but again, he tried the fake friend angle with me more and invited me to his podcast. Yuck. Look, here's some FTC guidelines on good public disclosure. Perhaps Jordan and his streamers should read them, maybe with a lawyer. But this is a guy who claims he's seen and done everything from his time at Twitch and other places, so he really ought to know better. There's no excuse, in my opinion. Now,
I can't speak too much on other streamers and Soma, like, working with each other. I can't say much about that. To my understanding, if you are getting money for something from, like, a company, like, let's say a company emails me and says, hey, we're gonna give you a free copy of this game. I think you have to disclose stuff like that, or they're gonna pay you for a stream or anything like that. My understanding is you have to disclose that to your audience. So, like, when Dungeonborn sent me that email or that message, like, months after release, and asked me if I would play their game on stream for money, I said, okay, well, sure, I'm already playing your game anyway, and I disclosed that information, right? So, like, yeah, like, I think that's something you're supposed to do, but I don't know anything about their situation.
let's talk about Walpurgis Kid. On the one hand, he was an Iron Mace employee who did not disclose his relationship with Iron Mace. I believe this is wrong and illegal in the US, South Korea, Canada, and many other countries. However, I give credit where it is due. He risked himself, his reputation, and, very importantly, legal consequences by sharing the following information publicly in 2 videos on his YouTube channel. There was a ton of information in these videos, and I can't cover everything. Up next, I forgot to mention that it appears Grayson was leaking secrets about the game to Walpurgis even before he was hired. I've heard similar claims, and personally, I'm inclined.
I can tell you, I have never in my life gotten a message from SDF, Grayson, anybody from Iron Mace, asking me to play their game for money. There is not. I have never gotten anything from Iron Mace except for a guitar remote for being Balladeer. That's it.
And to believe a lot of this. As always, this is the internet. Things can be faked, so make your own judgments. Now, Walpurgis Kid is one of the few Korean creators who actually play this game. He's been here since.
Oh, he moved his camera. Stop moving your camera. Okay, here we go.
The early playtest days. Recently, he was complaining about a game-breaking bug, which Iron Mace was not fixing for a long time. He seemed to get frustrated, and he made a video showing the bug and the exploit. As expected, he was banned, but then things got interesting. The next day, he released 2 videos which gave the following information. First, he accused Grayson, Iron Mace's community manager, of cheating in Escape from Tarkov, arguably the definer of the genre and Dark and Darker's biggest competitor, I'd argue. He also complains that Grayson cared more about playing Tarkov than Dark and Darker. He also claimed Grayson was a bad gamer. And finally, my interpretation is that it seems like Grayson was a bit of a bully towards Walpurgis Kid. It seems like that's how Walpurgis Kid feels. Now, beyond these claims, he also said he was working at Iron Mace until May last year. If true, he legally should have disclosed this. He really should have. But I've got more questions. Was he coached by Iron Mace to hide this relationship? I don't know. But I am going
Okay.
to show you a bunch of screenshots, which I got from his video, and I'm going to show parts of his translated video message. Feel free to pause and read through all these. I don't have time to cover everything, and people are going to say some of it could be fake, and it's possible.
As a Korean, that's not true. At least you know one more guy who was paid by Iron Mace and streaming sometimes. Which part are you saying is not true, Passive? Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think this is where the criticism came, or not like this. because this video is supposed to be about Iron Mace, and it's really gone off the rails towards more like personal or streamer genre, or drama than anything else. What video is this? This is a video by the creator Not Like This, and he goes over everything happening at Iron Mace, which is what we're watching. I'll give you another link in the chat if you like.
So I'd like you to look at it, and based on what you know of these people, make your own decisions. So someone linked this in the creator chat, and Grayson deleted the message and claimed Walpurgis Kid is lying. So it's he said situation. Either Walpurgis Kid is lying or Grayson is lying. Hyung Jun. I wonder how many other creators and streamers are secretly working with Iron Mace. Another screenshot he posted appears to talk about SDF cheating in his own game. They claim he has 5 Nipalon artifacts and 29 chests, which is worth millions of gold.
That is a lot of stuff.
If true, I believe veterans will recognize there's no way he farmed it himself while running a company full time and defending against multiple legal. Look, I just don't see how it's possible.
Okay, so we've shifted from Iron Mace's bad updates to streamer drama to SDF cheats it as SDF and apparently Grayson, because it says Grayson cheated in Tarkov. So we've gone to the developers themselves cheating in their own game. Is that where we're pretty much at right now, I guess?
Now, this could be fake, but who knows? Now let's talk about Grayson.
He moved his camera again.
Johnson, Iron Mace's longtime community manager. We've already mentioned Walpurgis's claims, and my personal impression of Grayson is that of someone who requires people to glaze him or inflate his ego. Otherwise, he won't pay attention to you or give you the time of day. Sounds like someone else I know. Also, I've seen him gaslighting and threatening multiple times. Here is just one example. Also, he has a bad habit of deleting important messages, like this one about no pay-to-win microtransactions. Also, there are allegations that Grayson...
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't ever defend Iron Mace. And also, this message getting deleted is very hilarious to me. Has he showed any other picture of messages that Grayson has deleted? Because he keeps saying that Grayson deletes messages, but this is the only message that I've seen that has gotten deleted. I'm not excusing Grayson for deleting this, and if anything, it is definitely scummy, but has he deleted anything else? Because I don't think I've seen any other messages that I can remember. Every time I've seen a Grayson message, I think it's been this one. I think.
Uses multiple accounts to influence discussions
He
and get info on certain people.
Messages.
I'll show you one obvious example.
We just don't have proof of that, right?
Nusyarg. Never mind that sketchy profile picture. Why don't we read his name backwards? Graysun. Wow, Grayson. What a smart guy.
Said,
Also, Craps is Terrence. But look, we're not here to expose a bunch of alts that exist out there. There are more. I think you can draw your own conclusions. Finally, I've heard multiple times that Grayson has been leaking information to streamers. In conclusion, I personally think Grayson is an awful community manager, and if I see him working in another game, I'm going to run in the opposite direction. Next, Sebastian, or Feseb, was a former Iron Mace employee who ran the Night Discord and Night program and worked on balance. As you know, the Night program was a massive failure in my opinion, and balancing has become infamously horrible. Now, why did Iron Mace hire a 21-year-old for these important roles? I have no idea, except that he was friends with Grayson, and Iron Mace does appear to enjoy hiring friends of employees. which leads me to his rumored RMT situation. Now, people accuse him of knowing that unique spellbooks were going to turn into artifacts because of an upcoming
I
update.
remember this. I remember this months ago when the or whenever it happened with the unique spellbook changing to an artifact and hearing like drama about like certain people had inside information, and then like there was like a whole thing at the time. It's funny hearing this come up again.
I tried to follow up into this situation with some of the people that accused him, but I couldn't get the hard proof. I'm not saying it's not real. Okay, I think it did happen, in my opinion. Regardless, Iron Mace scrubbed the Discord of him and deleted a bunch of messages. My assumption is that there's no reason to delete anything if it's not true, but I don't know. Also, in my digging, it appears at the time Feseb was just a tavern master, not an employee. So if this happened, then my thinking is either Feseb had access to the game data as a tavern master, or perhaps Grayson Johnson, his friend, leaked the info to him. Also, as I did mention earlier, Feseb leaked the Steam release alongside Odin, and I can only assume both of those continued leaking. Next section, Iron Mace leadership is very out of touch, especially SDF, and it's been this way a long time. When I recorded and typed this section a long time ago, things were not as clear as they are today. As I mentioned earlier, SDF completely removed solos and duos from the game and managed to mess up normals.
Yeah, so solo duo normals is removed from the game. Solo duo high roller is going to be removed at the end of the season. And then PvE mode is also going to be removed at the start of next season as well. So everything except for normal HR trio will be gone from the game. Yeah, finally, he really went off the rails here, talking about streamer drama. If it wasn't for watching this for stream, I would probably just, like, skip over this, but, yeah. I watched this when it released, but, again, it was, like, late at night, I was, like, kind of half watching it, and I remember, like, thinking, like, wow, like, this is a lot of, like, fluff information. I was more interested in, like, the Iron Mace info directly, personally.
As well. Super out of touch to destroy your player base's favorite and most played game modes.
Well, that's
Take a look
true.
at the player count
SDF
if you want to
is
see
very out
the
of touch.
consequences. I think
Funny enough,
this game
this right here, this is negative now. We've gone from mixed reviews to negative reviews now for Iron Mace, so like we are super cooked right now. It's not looking good.
game's going to be dead pretty soon. Also, I never mentioned, but they removed PvE. I mean, this sounds
Okay,
like a
well,
classic bait.
They didn't remove it yet. I think he's just maybe he's misunderstood. They didn't remove PvE yet, but SDF said he wants to remove PvE. They only removed it for the test server. They have not removed it in the main game. So technically that is not true yet, but it will probably be true soon.
And switch to me. They put it in the trailer. They advertised it for this season. PvE's coming, and a bunch of people bought the game, and now they've removed PvE. I mean, what?
I do agree with it. That is really shitty. I don't know if that's illegal or not. It's probably not, I guess, but it's really, really shitty to introduce a PvE mode as like the big part of your season and then remove it the very next season. And then all those players who bought the game for it, it's kind of scummy, man.
Recently, SDF has been posting his his viewpoints in the Discord channel SDF's Kitchen. I think it's 60% out of touch and misleading and filled with a bunch of misframing and misdirection. And quite frankly, it's skipping over a lot of history. But look, these are just my opinions. Let's continue with a classic early access ethics problem. Sometimes developers can become millionaires in early access before their game is ever even close to being complete. As I've seen time and time again, certain devs with less character will have less incentive to complete their game. Updates might become slow and less dialed in. I've also seen a strategy, usually by larger corps or studios, where they'll simply mix things up every season, but they won't add any major large content update or changes. For example,
Why
in a
does that sound like
class-based
Dark
PvP
Darker?
game, the devs might occasionally mess with balance to keep things fresh enough without having to actually devote a lot of
+5 axe specialization, and then it goes to +3 the next patch, and then they keep swapping it from 3 to 5 over like the course of a year. Shit like that is so silly. I don't I don't really know exactly what's going on with Iron Mace, but it definitely does seem very weird that we get like basically no updates anymore. It feels like it at least. I mean, this whole season was only like PvE and some store-bought, creatures for the dungeons. So it's definitely looking pretty slow right now for sure.
time or resources. The change in the meta makes people use the different classes or less used content that already exists in the game. It's just an easy, cheap way to do this. Ugh. Next, I want to explain for the newer people. The Dark and Darker used to have a different design direction. It used to be much more immersive, atmospheric, and like a strategic game. How you approached each situation mattered just as much as your reflexes or aim. You didn't really die in one shot. But now the time to kill has been super sped up. Players lose and gain health very, very quickly.
I will say, part of the reason that the early playtests felt this way is because players were not as good at the game. Marketplace definitely accelerated the gear that players could grab, but ultimately it's like everybody being new definitely had a pretty big impact, because if anyone remembers like the early playtest stats, there were some really crazy stats in that game that easily could have resulted in fights that like you see today. But yeah, like everybody was new, there was no marketplace, everyone was sitting in like the text trade chat, sitting there spamming trade, trying to find like a single green weapon to play the game. So it was a very different time. That said, Iron Mace really dropped the ball on balancing gear to making the game not feel like it does today. So there's definitely a big disconnect on balance. But I do think the early days felt balanced because of people being new.
The game has just devolved further into a ranged move speed, door, heal, chase, and gear diffing meta. Playing the markets is way more profitable than playing the actual game or bossing, and it's been that way for a long, long time. Go watch my last video over a year ago. All these changes.
I am going to say, I don't think Marketplace is a bad thing. Probably a hot take, I guess, but I don't mind Marketplace. I think the bigger problem is the gear on the Marketplace being obviously way too strong, especially this season. You can have a Marketplace and not have the gear just be so stupid that it ruins the game. I think Marketplace is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's been made a bad thing because of SDF's insane like balance swings that he likes to do.
Ugh. Next, during a live Q&A a long time ago, STF claimed he would get Demigod on all classes. See, now Demigod is so easy that you literally do not have to extract and you can still earn it. Back then, Demigod was much harder to get. You would lose like 2 to 2.5 wins worth of points just from dying one time. It was brutal. Veterans who knew this knew how ridiculous and out of touch his statement was. Someone working a full-time job making a game could not possibly have the time to earn this. To me, this was one of the early signs that the developers were no longer in touch with their game like they were during the playtests. Now, when b-hopping was first brought to the attention of the devs,
I do think that's true. SDF definitely feels extremely out of touch with his game at this point. I 100% feel that way. Lack of mechanics for skill expression is a problem. Bro, shields have been broken for years. Shields were supposed to be a priority fix for Iron Mace, and they just never fixed it. Like, I don't understand what Iron Mace is doing. Like, they have one guy for inventory, so they can't make quivers after 3 years. They've been working on shields for forever, and they still can't fit. Like, I just don't know what they're doing anymore. This game is so cooked, man.
devs during a live Q&A, STF initially claimed it wasn't an advantage or a problem. As current players know, this was out of touch. Many months later, this Iron Mace eventually finally removed b-hopping and hot swapping from the game. We haven't even talked about hot
Yes.
swapping. It's been here.
Hot swapping was a big issue for a long time, and then I made a video of fighter with 6 crossbows in my inventory, and all I did was hot swap and kill people for days. And I made videos on it, and eventually down the road it got removed, but it was such a problem for so long. It never should have taken Iron Mace that long to fix it. And then bunny hopping was an issue for God knows how long.
Forever. Oh, and hunting traps. Are you kidding me? It doesn't take a genius designer to realize and understand that a 15-second duration root on a character with damage effects does not have a place in a game with one-shots where you...
Hunting traps were so overtuned for so long. My God, every time I hit a blue hunting trap, I just wanted to Alt F4 out of the game.
Die so quickly. I mean, and worse, they had already nerfed it, only to buff it again months later to 15 seconds with the highest rarity traps.
Is that how
Same
they are right
repeated
now?
mistakes, they
I'm
just
not sure.
never seem to learn. Oh, and gamers know most water maps suck, so I don't know why they're wasting so much time developing that new map. Perhaps they could fix the game first? Maybe fix...
Yeah, so the new water map, you're gonna have guns too. So there's gonna be a whole new imbalance of SDF trying to make guns work in Dark and Darker. I don't know what the actual... I don't know what's gonna happen, but I would much rather have seen the game get actually balanced and fixed. You know, fix shields for a season, you know? I'd rather see that than a new map get added with just a bunch of store-bought assets. I don't know, man.
game-breaking bugs that have been here for literally over 2 years? Just an idea. I'm just a dumb gamer. Now, Iron Mace is often like 8
Yes, they're
steps
adding
behind on
guns.
solving these
Confirmed.
issues. Again, there are just so many examples. I mean, in the recent news, it's like hot swapping, b-hopping, druid being super OP in so many ways. But the past issues are like creep for all, which went on forever, double jump, it's here, it's
Oh my
gone.
God. Do you guys remember when every class in the game had creep? That was the stupidest shit I've ever seen. You had barbarians and full plate fighters crouch walking through the entire dungeon, just trying to catch someone off guard to kill them for free. You'd have like a 200 HP barbarian coming up to you and hitting you like a rogue. It was so stupid. It was one of the worst solo metas we've ever had before Druid got introduced, and then like the whole multi-classing. It was really, really bad.
Continuous matchmaking rejoining, which just makes cheaters stronger. Plus all, plus damage stacking back and forth. Weapon mastery fighter, free ESP for everyone bug, which was in the game for seasons, and so many others.
Oh, if you don't know, the ESP bug, I think it was if you look through a wall, your game would lag if somebody was nearby. So people, like streamers, could use that because they never fixed it. They could use that to find players basically through walls.
Iron Mace's motto should be always behind, usually blind. Let's move on. I'm ranting. All right, gamers, we're going off script. I haven't even written one. I don't have time to write it. We're just going to go off the cuff reading my notes.
That's still a thing.
These notes are very old. I was going to organize this
they
video
never
an entirely
fixed it.
different way, but let's just continue. Iron Mace's anti-cheat is extremely weak, so catching cheaters is very unlikely unless the cheaters actually make a mistake. Iron Mace has absolutely no answer to hacks that are injected into the monitor. They have none. Cheating programs are available widespread online for free, and there's paid versions. Cheating programs have an almost unimaginable range of customizable options and advanced capabilities like ESP, HP, move speed hacks, armor, extra damage, attack speed, range hack, range loot, loot detection. It goes on and on. If you can imagine it, they probably have it. And there's lots of little things you can tweak to avoid the cheat detection stuff, right? To avoid detection. Just go to YouTube, type in Dark and Darker cheats. You can find people advertising that garbage all over the place. Cheating has increased over the past
cheating
year.
rabbit hole for Dark and Darker, by the way, is really deep. Just putting it out there. Yeah, there are a lot of cheats in that at the moment.
And there's been a major increase over the past 6 months. These notes are old. It's even worse. Back then, I said that cheating
You're
was
watching what
usually
the game looks
focused
like with
on
cheats.
Asian servers, which I played on, they were horrible with cheating. And in US West, you can even catch them at like 2 a.m., 10 a.m. Pacific. And of course, OCE, those poor guys have just been
You know this footage is super old, by the way, because there's a pre-lobby. But yes, cheats are definitely still in the game today, even if the footage is old.
Dated with cheaters and complaining about it since the beginning. Iron Mace did region lock them, but now they don't region lock that country anymore. I think it's because of investments and deals, but I don't have time to cover all that. Look, at this point, cheating is widespread on every single server. You don't even have to leave the US to find it, and it's no longer in the morning, it's at all hours of the day. Here's a fun fact. Most RMT in this game, the sellers are in Asia, and the buyers are in NA. All right, even streamers and creators are not safe. I explained to you my issue with Parthaxia. You know, at the time, I was a medium-sized creator, and even I could not get help. So what do you think the average player is going to do? They can't get help. There's so many examples in the Discord of like balladeers saying, hey, I reported stuff, and literally no one has even viewed this. I put this on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Do you guys remember a while back? This was probably months. It was last season. I had that because it was HR, and there were those artifact players teaming. It was the guy running with like Kuma's Claw, Aegis, and then his like butt buddy was running. I don't know what he was running, some other artifact. And then they were teaming for like at least a week or two, maybe the whole, I don't know how long, but it was a long time. So they were just killing players like as a team of artifacts every single game. So finally they killed me twice. I reported it to Iron Mace, nothing happened. So I had to make a video on my channel to get it in order to prompt Iron Mace to actually do something. It was only until I made a video that got a few thousand views that the guys that were teaming finally got banned. And I think the ban was like 2 days, so it didn't even matter. So it was like, was it even worth the effort? Like, no, it wasn't worth it at all.
Something, there's 0 views. You guys claim to care, but you know it's BS. And you know what? They're totally right. Iron Mace's support team really needs improvement. They're sometimes unprofessional. We've talked about that. Look, for every one of these issues, a long time ago, I was going to give Iron Mace the answers as well as the effects on the gameplay loop, but we are so beyond that. All you need to know is that the game's integrity has completely degraded, and I think there's no hope for the cheating. There's so many other examples. Here's a good one.
Oh, yeah. Isn't Coop Twitch, isn't this the guy that got banned like a ton of times, or like he kept making new accounts or something, and he was around? It's like a stain. You just couldn't get rid of him, right? I remember hearing about him a lot, that this guy was a huge cheater in Dark and Darker. I also remember being in the Troubadour chat or the Balladeer chat, and people were talking in the chat at the time about Coop like either not getting banned or getting unbanned, and then everyone was complaining in the chat. And then I remember Grayson or someone saying that he'd look into it. I don't know. My memory is kind of fuzzy. It's been a while, but yeah, I remember this being like a huge controversy. I wish I remembered the messages, but I don't even know where they are anymore, so they're probably deleted. So.
X3 Coop is a very well-known stream sniper, cheater, and human child. Literally, he's under 18, and figuratively. Despite receiving over 100 reports from many creators in the community, Iron Mace still has not permanently banned X3 Coop. So, either one of two things is true. Either 1, they don't care and let him roam free, or 2, their anti-cheat, ban evasion, and stream sniping systems are all so ineffective and weak to the point that Iron Mace cannot even keep a human child off their own video game. To me, that means there is absolutely no hope for catching the average cheater. Next, real money trading, RMT. Players can trade players can trade IRL wealth for in-game wealth, which is end-game winning power. You can literally buy the most powerful...
Yeah, RMT in this game is really egregious. So, because gear makes such a big difference in this game, it just kind of breeds... It breeds RMT. So, you know, you have people that just want to skip ahead and they don't want to grind and they just want to, like, you know, have an advantage on everybody. So they just buy the gold or buy the gear from, you know, these delivery services. And it creates like this endless loop of, you know, not bots, but, you know, people cheating to get gold quicker, to then sell the gold to whoever's willing to buy it. And then the cycle just keeps going. It's same with other games too. It's not only Dark and Darker, but Dad does have a really big RMT problem.
Things in the game, even artifacts, which are OP, actually, some of them. Yeah, it's messed up. And the cycle goes backwards. Players can also trade in-game wealth, gear, weapons, or gold for real money. RMT increased over the past year and greatly over the past 6 months. This is old news. It's even worse now. RMT markets are available online across many different websites around the world. As far as I can see, I do not see Iron Mace taking down these websites or these listings. You can find stuff from years ago. RMTers also sell accounts, boost AP, do arena ranks, help boss, buy leaderboard positions like religion, post stream sniping bounties in discords, and more. I ain't even going to scratch the surface of what's going on, boys and girls. Every game mode, in my opinion, is designed around gear diffing and abusing the gear score system and RMT. RMT can buy the best endgame weapons, items, right? So the RMTers are incentivized to RMT because they can gain an advantage in every single game mode. What I'm saying is RMTers can gain an advantage in every single game mode. That's how the game is designed. Okay? RMT
Okay, well, that's not... I don't know if that's necessarily a Dark and Darker problem. I think that's more of just a genre problem. Because people do the same exact thing in other games, too. Like, it's not like RMT was created from Dark and Darker. You know, it's... RMT has been a thing forever. I mean, shit. World of Warcraft has had RMT issues for 20 years, 20 plus, however long that's been. I mean, even other extraction games have RMT problems, you know? Escape from Tarkov being a notable example. It just... RMT is just... like, it's everywhere. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know how much at fault Iron Mace is or is not for RMT, but at the very least, RMT is a problem with a lot of different games.
is a major driver of inflation across the economy, as is religion. Free and paid applications exist to track market prices, trends, and histories. We're not even going to get into fences because there's a lot of RMT going on, but look, I'm done. So the game's just going to get worse and worse.
Do fences... Is there RMT for fences? I've had fences before, like my own viewers, but I mean, I just gave them like a percentage of the gold that they made, which I don't really think is RMT because there's no money transaction. It's just, you know, it's just them selling my stuff and then getting like some gold. Like, is there maybe, like, is there other fences that are, is it that they're getting paid by the people that are doing the fencing? So a fence is somebody who takes items from one person and acts as the middleman to sell those items. So for example, if I have a viola and I don't want to spend the time to sell it, I can give it to this other guy and he will sell the viola for 10 skull keys, and then he'll give me the 10 skull keys, but he'll keep like 2 of those skull keys as a finder's fee, or, you know, as like the payment for the work that he's doing.
Worse and worse, as long as they continue to cater directly or indirectly to RMTers. Normal players are getting priced out of the market. They can't even buy stuff, right? Which means there's so much content in the game they can't even touch. How many players do you think have never touched an artifact? Be real. RMTers are going to win more fights, right? Because they have more wealth. They're going to take wealth from the other fair players. They have unfair advantages. Long story short, they are literally taking everyone's invested time, which is your most important asset, IRL.
So again, he's not wrong. Like, RMTers suck, but there's nothing that... It's not an... Again, it's not an Iron Mace, or it's not like a Dark and Darker issue. It's it spreads across all kinds of games. So I don't exactly know what we expect Iron Mace to do that all these other companies haven't, like, you know, what do you do? Like, how do you stop everyone from RNTing? I have no idea. It's just, it's a huge market. It's really hard to stop.
And again, it destroys the integrity of the entire game, every game mode. Let's move on. I was going to have a bunch of proposed solutions, again, to every section, but I'm tired. Look, it gets worse. Iron Mace's actions often directly and indirectly help these cheaters, right? Like when they put things, let's not talk about all this. Epic Games deal, right? They made it 100% free. So cheaters.
The Epic Game Store going free to play, or like not free to play, going for free for that brief period of time was really, really stupid. Because everyone just bought a bunch of accounts and then sold those accounts. Not to mention, Epic Game Score, Epic Games, the store got removed from Dark and Darker anyway. So anyone who bought or got the game on Epic got screwed over because they couldn't play it on Epic anymore anyway. This whole thing was kind of a mess.
And armed tiers can now buy unlimited Dark and Darker accounts for like $3 on key resale websites. That's what happens. Go watch the podcast. Even streamers like Soapy, Seriously Soapy, and Ryan 6 Days a Week, these guys are like, oh yeah, I gotta make a bunch of accounts too. Like everyone knew it. All these cheaters are gonna go make a bunch of accounts and it's gonna inflate player numbers. Oh, I bet they like that. And, you know, maybe there's a deal where they get a bunch of money from Epic Games. I don't know. I really don't know. But that's usually how these things kind of work. Like with Epic Games, how they do their deals. Look, I don't have time to get into it. I'm going crazy. These people, man. Look, Iron Mace has for a long time allowed streamers and creators to have special treatment and to cheat and break the rules multiple times without a permanent ban.
Yeah, I will say the way that Iron Mace handles cheaters is very bad. Like the way that Coop was handled was really, really poor. That is, at the very least, I can say that with certainty, that Iron Mace is not well known for dealing with cheaters in any good fashion, and that probably includes RMT cheaters as well.
Therefore, signaling to the entire community and cheaters that cheating won't really be punished. This signal increases the amount of cheaters, degrades the player base morale, degrades Iron Mace's reputation, honestly. And finally, look, Iron Mace allowed gambling streams for the longest time with RMT buy-ins. And by allowing...
Dude, that was such a big controversy. I remember this. People in the Travador chat were complaining every day that these casino games were going on. So if anyone is not in the loop, people would stream Dark and Darker, and they would do like roulette or poker. They would just do any kind of like spin the wheel, any kind of gambling game they could do. They would do it on stream under the Dark and Darker category, and then viewers would pay the streamer real money for items in order to gamble. So like let's say I was doing a gambling stream, the viewer would pay me you know, X amount of dollars, so that way they could play on the gambling stream, and then it would just kind of go from there. Like it's not how it worked. It worked in some places. JWL, you realize it's different for different streams, right? There were absolutely streamers that were taking money in order to gamble. I promise you that did happen. Even if it wasn't every stream, there were streams where... What do you mean it didn't happen? There were streamers that were taking money. There were absolutely streamers taking money. Even if it wasn't every streamer, I promise you there were streamers doing it. Not every streamer did it. Some streamers were only, like... Alright, fine. Maybe it was a minority case. I know, because they were talking about in the Travador chat. I remember people talking about, like, certain streamers taking money. The only money that was taken is getting people to sub for giveaways. But that's the same difference. Okay, what is the difference between you having to give me $5 for a skull key versus you having to give me a $5 sub for a skull key? It's the same thing. It's both RMT. If you're gonna tell me that not a single streamer was doing, like, RMT Casino, I don't believe you. Was every person doing it? Probably not. I'm sure there were streamers doing it without any RMT. I'm sure that existed. But to tell me that not a single streamer ever got money for any of these is crazy. Wasn't how I said it? Okay, fine. It was for subs. Fine.
They didn't do about it, right? Like Twitch bits
Now,
or
I don't know if
subs.
this guy was or not. I was never in this guy's stream. I did hear about, like, something going on, but I don't know exactly what happened here.
Or other behaviors which were against multiple platforms TOS like Twitch. And as far as I can see, were federally illegal in the US and certain countries. They're illegal gambling, illegal lotteries. Even like Greek God X was on there, Cam Soda. It doesn't matter. All these people were doing it, and it's disgusting, and I want to throw up. Let's move on. All right, there's no roadmap and no accountability at Iron Mace, and I think that's by design. At one point, they claim they have an internal roadmap, but if you look at the history of what they've done, I don't believe it for a second. No roadmap means they're just not held accountable when they continue to make false promises and...
Oh no. No roadmap? Quivers. Backpacks. It's over, boys. It's over. The only inventory guy is gone. The only inventory guy at Iron Mace for the last 3 years. He's gone. R.I.P.
Not deliver content that was promised. Like, you know, I don't know, Ice Caves, Arena, Expressman, Quivers, Backpacks, Druids, Sorcerer, countless late patches, Bard, so much more. There's no plan for solving gameplay or the cheating or RMT problem. There's no plan. They're flip-flopping back and forth. Go read SDF's Kitchen. I don't know what he's thinking. Does anybody know? I don't know what's going on there. There's just so many hasty, unthoughtful changes that are put into this game which negatively affect the players, and we're just left with a crappy game for so long before they fix it. It's really disrespectful to players' time, and I really don't appreciate it. I don't think anyone does. Let's move on. There's late, buggy, unfinished, incohesive, and imbalanced content updates, and there's a super long history of this. I mean, any veterans who have been here through the whole thing, Godspeed, your patience must be insane, but you know what I'm talking about. Most of their content's delivered late, or there's countless delayed patches. Some content's over 6 months late. Some content doesn't even appear, even though they promised it. Even if they do release it on time or...
Yeah, the Iron Mace in general is really bad at delivering content like they promise. And then usually if they do, it's broken or not finished. We've had issues for years with Iron Mace, like, giving us just unfinished stuff. It sucks. From someone like me who like Dark and Darker, it sucks that this is the way it is.
Or late, it's often unfinished and unbugged, and they'll just remove it from the game again. So what's the point of even having it? I mean, look, Expressmen, dungeon recoveries, map rotation, Dragon Boss matchmaking fix. Why did they even release it like that? What were they thinking? Leaderboard redesign, religion, continuous dungeon, continuous matchmaking, ice caves, arena, quivers, backpacks, druids, sorcerers, AP system fixes, inventory refactors, rebalancing of various systems, and so on. There are just so many issues, and some of these are like complicated multi-issues that we could talk about forever. Okay, Iron Mace is awful with promising a deadline and then missing it. There have been multiple instances of Iron Mace being on a live Q&A and promising a patch within 24 hours, and then they still miss that deadline. I mean, as a leader, you really have to consider and think to yourself, if I can't even make an honest timeline of when my stuff is going to be delivered, if I don't know, like, how my team can deliver and perform, why am I going to promise things like this? Why am I going to cause my player base to lose trust in my...
Has anybody else noticed that every single time that we get an update, the game is down for like 2 hours, and then that's followed by the emergency 2-hour patch, and and that's usually followed again by the extra 2-hour rollback patch to fix the issues that happen from the initial update. And then by the time that we actually get to play the game, it's now the next day because it just keeps going down and down and down and down. It feels like it happens a lot more than you think it would. It happens so much. Iron Mace is really bad with keeping like patch deadlines. It's really bad. I don't know if I've ever seen a company have so many issues with patches than Iron Mace, and I think it's part of just like the spaghetti coding that they have in the game.
My word, you lose your reputation. You make it worse, you lose trust. Okay. Look, Iron Mace seems to be focusing their efforts on making really nice looking cosmetics. Go look at Tavern Table 3 instead of real content. This shows me what they really care about. Money. Example, cheap, ugly Unity monster assets with clipping issues versus the same season they released nice, polished, dynamic cosmetics with beautiful sounds and golden lobby screens. It looks nice.
You know, I said a very similar thing about this last season. I said that this season was really bad for like I don't know the percentage, but basically everyone who didn't play PvE mode, this season was terrible for. Because the only content we got this season was a few purchase assets from the store that literally anybody could do with like a little bit of training, you know, adding it to like a game like this. And then I don't understand what they're doing, man. Like, this whole season was nothing but PvE mode, and now it's getting removed from the game. So what do we have to show for this season? A few purchase store assets and, like, some cosmetics. It's crazy.
Nice. That's what they put their effort into, making money. Whatever. Let's continue.
It's a company. I mean, it's a company, so of course Iron Mace is going to put their effort into making money. That's just an obvious thing. Like, duh. But that said, it's still really scummy just because of how everything's gone down in the last few years. That's what makes it really sucky.
Repeated bad decisions. This section could literally be Iron Mace's entire history. This is a core part of their reputation. I mean, back and forth balance patches is probably the best example. Plus all, plus damage, plus move speed, double jump, axe specialization, creep for all, throwables, PDR, MDR curves, and so on. Really bad communication with the community over and over and over and over and over and over. Low quality sponsorships, in my opinion, where you're like downloading third-party programs which track you, or like sugar water crap coffee. Look, I used to be in Guatemala and Nicaragua. I've seen real coffee. I don't know why Americans drink this sugar water garbage. Okay, continuing on. There's failed and lame community events over and over. And finally, balance something but ignore the main issues, like so many different class balancing or the weapons and expo, like stow bypass time. I'm sorry, I can't explain everything. Look, let's move on. Okay, minor trauma warning beyond this point.
Oh, okay. So this is originally where this is where he plugged his merch, and people were like giving him a hard time for trying to sell like dark and darker merch or something for this, like for a video like this. So he cut it out of the video. So I'm personally going to skip the last part of his video, knowing that he already cut stuff out of the video anyway. So I'm gonna just not watch the rest of this because I want to watch his other video. That is the response video to this video.
Our spread.
Give me 1 second. What is wrong with this? Why is this not? Sorry, give me a sec. 1 moment. Okay, sorry, I got it. Fixed it. We're good. Okay, so this is the follow-up video that was created to just follow up the other one, all right? So I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll watch this one. It's a little bit shorter this time, so maybe it'll be a little easier to get through. I should watch the one peg video first. Should I watch the one peg video first? Should I? No need. I'm seeing a lot of no's. It's a response video. Is this a response video to one peg? Well, I guess it is. Well, yeah, but we'll see. We'll see the one peg's video information in this video, right? So that's fine. We can just watch this. It's fine. Be back in a minute. I walked into the Discord background. Yeah, it's an AI green screen. Yeah, so as long as he shows the one peg parts in this video, I'll just assume that it's fine. How is it an echo chamber? How so? Doesn't he show clips of, like, one peg? Why do I need to watch one peg's entire video if he shows clips from one peg? So how is this an echo chamber? I've never even watched the video. I've also been critical of Not Like This multiple times in the video that I just showed, and said that he went off the rails and went too much into streamer drama. So how is it an echo chamber when I specifically said that he, like, went a little bit too, like, what? How? You gotta be baiting me for sure, because I didn't even, like, say anything. That's crazy. Anyway, so this is the response video from the first video that this guy made, and I guess he's gonna address some of the allegations of, like, the streamer drama. I guess that's the point of this. That's true. Probably rage betting. That's true. Okay, anyway.
Brothers and sisters, welcome back. Today, I will cover new information which has been given to me or found, including what appears to be proof of Iron Mace's community manager, Grayson, using internal knowledge with his, at the time, unhired personal friend, Walpurgis Kid, to profit off the live server. And it appears Grayson leaked a list of hacker names and information to him. Also, I'll quickly give you 3 more streamers managed by Soma. Also, importantly, apparently, Terrence was integral to the creation of the loot box many years ago at Electronic Arts. Finally, there's been a number of personal attacks and lies being spread about me. I think everyone is absolutely entitled to their own opinions, just like I have some. But I'll do my best to not drum up extra unnecessary drama and respond to these streamers and creators overall. However, if there is major misrepresentation of my viewpoints, then I might have to feel like I'll respond. Like today, I'll use...
Yeah, so my biggest criticism was that some of the stuff in the middle or the end of Not Like This's video, it felt like there were a lot of accusations put out there, but not enough evidence to show his points. And as somebody who's kind of like in the middle ground where I have no more information than you guys do about these other streamers because Iron Mace doesn't include me in anything, I have to look at it the same way you guys would, which is I need the evidence in order to be able to say one way or the other. So if he can provide the evidence, then, you know, obviously then we can move on from that, right?
Use OnePeg's video to refute some of the claims that I've heard him and others use. I think the last video had the desired effect of exposing secret relationships and other important issues that the community did and did not know, even if it was passionately charged. I'll do my best in the future to try to focus on the main bad guys, Iron Mace leadership. Please note I am not talking about the rank and file average everyday worker at Iron Mace. Let's get started. First, I want to share these DMs, which appear to be between Walpurgis Kid, a former employee, and longtime community manager, Grayson. These DMs were apparently leaked in a group chat on Discord here. I'd like to show you that it appears Walpurgis Kid did not reach out to SDF about a job until October 7th. These screenshots of DMs appear to be from before that, when he's, again, unhired. Now, the third message doesn't appear to say anything. The first message, Grayson says, hey, can we test the new patch tonight? While Prugus Kid says, what does it mean, playing dev server? Or tonight new patch, which I assume means live server. That raised a red flag for me. I didn't understand how an unhired person who's physically not at the company could access a dev server. Look, I'm just a gamer. I'm a bit naive as to how things work inside the game company. I've never worked at one. So I looked it up, did some research, and apparently, if you have permission, it is possible as an outsider to join a dev server in a test environment. He says tonight, don't tell anything this yet. Do you have Soul Scraper still? No, I'm Cell. Haha, good idea.
Oh, here, you know what I should do? Here, give me a second. I'm gonna link this video in chat so that way people can, because I already see people asking me where this video is coming from. I'm gonna send this in chats real quick. So if you want to watch this for yourself outside of me, you are welcome to do so. This is the second video from Not Like This. That is a response video to the first video that was created. There you go. There's that in case you wanted it. I wasn't trying to like hide it. I just there you go. Feel free to watch it if you like.
Idea. 45 key, not bad. Anyways, he says, before patch, I'm very quick, sell my gear. I thought about this even before I heard from you. Now, here's the patch that was happening that night that they're referring to. If you look, you'll notice Barbarian's Iron Will, one of the most popular ever perks, is being nerfed, but also more importantly, it says the primary modifier for many items have been adjusted. The random modifiers for items have all been adjusted. That means their rare artifact, very expensive artifact, is going to be re-rolled. If the rolls were good, they're now not going to be good anymore. Hence, why you should quickly sell if you know this patch is coming. Finally, the second message appears to show Grayson sharing a spreadsheet, or maybe a program, that has hacker names and their information.
I can't read that.
All I can make out is the classes, but have a look for yourself. Okay, I just want to say, when I initially recorded these clips from OnePeg's video with OBS, when I dragged them into my editor, that's when I realized I'd accidentally, it was recording the top left part of the screen. I didn't do that on purpose. I'm sorry for the viewers if it doesn't look good. And OnePeg, I'm sorry for cutting off your pretty face.
Iron Mace had several seed rounds where Iron Mace was invested in by Hybe, who owns BTS, and...
First, it is not true that I said Hybe Corp invested in Iron Mace. What I said was that the CEO of Hybe IM, which is a subsidiary, and the outside director, they both invested personally in Iron Mace as a result of their friendship and potential advice they gave them. My point is just to further show how Iron Mace still has those deep Nexon, former Nexon ties and strong relations.
Okay, so just to recap real quick. So his biggest point that he was iterating on is that Grayson is talking and communicating with people outside of Iron Mace and giving them information about patches that could possibly help them like have an advantage on other players, and or I don't know if that was part of the RMT question or not, but I guess that's the entire point of it. Basically, like, yeah, I guess that's it, John, right? If there was RMT, it could be, I guess it could be insider trading, but that's maybe a stretch. At the very least, he was giving someone information that he could use that other people would not know. Does he 100% RMT? Was that confirmed? Because if that's true, and that guy was RMT, is it a big deal? It's only a big deal if it was being used for RMT. So if that kid guy, if he was getting information from Iron Mace specifically to help fund RMT, that is actually a big deal, yes, because that ends up resulting in real money trading, which is, like, that is actually important. Only if it's real money, though.
Relationships with big corporate players. They are not an indie studio like they claim for so hard and for so long.
He talks about anti-cheat, saying that IM promises they take it seriously and created a private Discord for only streamers/creators to report. This is untrue.
Actually, this is true. If you watched my video, then you would have seen this. Let me quote the community manager, Grayson Johnson. Hello, Balladeer. I would like to invite you all to the Dark and Darker.
Hold up. He kind of sped it up. It was hard to hear.
My video
/creators to cheats.
Claim for so hard and for so long.
I missed it.
He talks about anti-cheat, saying that
Talks about anti-cheat.
IM promises they take it seriously and created a private Discord for only streamers/creators to report. This is untrue.
Well, that is actually true.
Actually, this is true. If you watched my video, then you would have seen this. Let me quote the community manager, Grayson Johnson. Hello, Balladeer. I would like to invite you all to the Dark and Darker Content Creator Support Discord server. This is not a public server, and only those with the Balladeer role will be able to access it. This server is only for reporting cheaters, stream snipers, and bugs.
So this is partly true. Everybody who was in the previous Discord server, the main one, of Troubadour or Balladeer, everybody got added to this new server. I'm way too quiet compared to video. Really? Alright, I put the video down a little bit. Okay. So, yeah, Balladeers and Troubadours got added to the new server. I don't know why they ever swapped it, but they did. My volume's fine. Am I just being, like, lied to? Bro, maybe people just have wax in their ears. Okay. I mean, I'm pausing for the most part anyway, so it should be okay. But yeah, so this new server, I don't even know what the purpose of it is, to be honest. Every once in a while, they ask for patch feedback from, you know, the players that are in that server. And they ask for, like, you know, to report cheaters, stream snipers, etc. That's what they do there. I don't even know if Iron Mace looks at the feedback or not. Because when the patch came through about removing solos and duos, I went there and I said, that's really stupid. And a lot of other people also said, that's really stupid. Why are you removing the main game modes for Dark and Darker? And obviously, SDF does not give a shit, because he released info earlier today saying that he still wants to remove solos and duos. So, I don't even know what the point of this server is or why it's even separate, but yes, it does exist.
We'll be adding people in waves and so on. So, to me, clearly this is preferential treatment of streamers again, and don't forget, Grayson threatened to remove people.
Video's a little bit louder. Alright, I tell you what, I'll turn the video down a little bit, and then if, and you can just turn it up if you need to. How about that?
For sharing this info publicly.
He also mentions that Iron Mace might be using Tencent servers. They are. They migrated to Tencent servers, not recently. They migrated to Tencent servers 2 years ago, back when the original DMCA claim came out, and they pushed everything off of AWS onto Tencent server hosting because it's centralized out of China, and they couldn't get DMCA copyright struck because they wouldn't have been using an American company anymore, which is Amazon.
Here, OnePeg gives us the information that I assume he got from the developers. I think it's clear that OnePeg and Iron Mace has had a relationship together since the very early days. And I think it's why a lot of people think he's an Iron Mace shill when he comes out to defend them during unpopular times.
So I'm going to just put it out there that I am 100% on a unbiased third-party standpoint. I do not know OnePeg in any meaningful way whatsoever. I don't even know if I've ever talked to the dude. And I also don't know Not Like This, so I'm basically taking everything that I have to go by the video and the evidence. There's no personal info that I have that can help me formulate an opinion based on either of these guys. So just keep that in mind.
I've also heard that the voice, VoIP, is Tencent and the game is AWS, but I honestly don't know. Here's the info if you want to look at it yourself.
Gold coin bags, which aren't tradable, you can't sell them, but allow for gold storage. Yes, it saves a lot of storage for a lot of people, for sure. People proficient at this game can go farm troll pelts until, you know, they fall over dead, and they would make up all of that access in no time, relatively no time. You know, there's going to be competition for that, but that's, you know, what people do to play the game. The potions and everything, okay, yeah.
I've already explained my views on the clear pay-to-win seasonal.
Okay, if OnePeg is defending Iron Mace for this season pass and trying to claim that this shit is not pay to win, then yeah, I do have a problem with that personally. As I've already proclaimed earlier, I am a huge season pack hater for this game.
DLC, but I will add that these bags are insanely expensive week 1, and they're still expensive as the wipe progresses. If one bag is 10,000 gold on day 1 and you get 5 bags, then you're basically buying 50,000 gold worth of value with real money on day 1.
That is exactly what I said in my video, and I got so much hate for it. I said that if gold bags have a base value, even if you cannot sell them, you are still buying gold, because everybody has to buy gold coin bags in order to store gold to buy stuff on the market. You have to buy it eventually. So by buying the season pass, you have always been gaining some kind of advantage for buying this pack. I don't know why anyone defends this, but it's always been the case. If you're fine with pay to win stuff in the game, then that's fine. You're entitled to be okay with pay to win, but to call this not pay to win or just brush it off, I think is not okay. Like, it is obviously an advantage. You get some kind of advantage here for buying this season pack. Like, what is going on? Zor, we are watching Not Like This's videos, plural, on the recent Iron Mace information that's been coming out recently. Grab your popcorn. We're a drama stream today.
Not to mention all the other stuff you get in the...
I'm not saying that you're a bad person for buying the pack. If you like pay to win and you don't mind buying stuff like this, that's fine. Whatever, I don't care. But I'm not willing to accept that this is not paying for an advantage for Dark and Darker.
The DLC. Also, he explains anyone can get these bags through farming them for hours of time, and of course the drop rate is RNG, and as he mentions, these bosses are highly contested, especially in early wipe. I think that the average player takes a long time to earn these.
He talks about the tavern table and how the social hub was shown as a place where, you know, people could get it set up. And then Not Like This talks about how it's ridiculous that they would try to sell this as a premium feature where people would be renting a server for a couple of bucks a month. Again, this is a purely cosmetic thing. There's no in-game advantage to it whatsoever. It just allows people to be like social with each other. And they were talking like it was gonna be like $2 a month. If you don't want to do that, don't pay the monthly fee. Like, I don't look at it like that's that big of a deal. Just don't pay for it. You don't have to have it for yourself.
Okay, OnePeg, come on, man. I never said that this was pay to win. What I said was I think it's scummy for Iron Mace to promise social spaces and a full Gathering Hall rework, then turn around and try to get the players to pay for it. That's just not okay with me. I don't think just don't pay for it then is a good excuse. And second, I never heard them say it was going to be $2 on that podcast. I assumed they told you that. Personally, I highly doubt Iron Mace would release it for $2 based on the fact that skins with no functionality are like $12 and servers would have upkeep and whatnot. Doesn't make sense to me.
I agree 100% on not like this's opinion here. It's not, I don't think he ever even mentioned pay to win. That calling the Gathering Hall pay to win is silly. It's never about that. But we've been promised a Gathering Hall from Iron Mace for over a year or so now. And like we've been waiting so long for this feature. So to come out with this finally and then it be a paid feature just kind of feels shitty. I think that's really what his point was, and I agree personally.
They modeled this after, and he talks about Face Punch, they modeled this after the premium server model that Face Punch utilizes, where people pay an extra amount of money every month, and people are able to take advantage of those premium servers. In Face Punch's case, it was a way to try to weed out the cheating community a little bit more so that cheaters weren't able to take advantage of people on those servers because they'd have to pay extra money to just then get VAC banned.
Okay, one peg. That is completely not at all how the premium servers work. To access premium servers, your Rust Steam inventory has to be at least $15 of value. Most long-term players have skins already or DLC, but new players can pay like a one-time fee worth of $15 of skins, and they'll just have access to these servers forever. It's not a monthly fee. Also, Rust veterans know that many prefer to play on servers that are actively adminned, and that the official Face Punch servers have a much higher number of hackers comparatively.
He's trying to say that because Terry has a history in marketing, of which Terry does, Terry has been in this business for a long time. He was integral in the invention of the loot box when he worked for EA back in the day, when they were trying to come up with a monetization scheme for FIFA World Tour. Okay. So like way back when he was involved in the creation of the loot box, you know, some of that is eking through the cracks here, but I think that's also a cultural thing.
Wow. That is an insane lore drop. Did Terry tell you that? You're saying Terry is one of the founders of the infamous loot boxes. I still remember to this day
we are going full drama stream, boys. Oh my god. It's just all drama. We've completely moved on from Iron Mace themselves. I feel like we're just going for, I guess it's like STF, but yeah, we're just going full drama. But yeah, I don't know anything about Rust at all, so I can't really comment too much on what they're talking about. I know nothing about this game.
most downvoted Reddit post, like in all history, it was that EA post. The community hated EA for so long. And like that post, the way they talked, I really dislike when corporations bold-faced lie to their passionate fans.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just calling it what it is.
If I went back and dug, I could show you a DM that I wrote Terry the day that the game launched. Because remember, I was the first person in the entire community that was told that the game was launching that day outside of Iron Mace employees, and I got to make that video. All right, like they were referencing me on IGN. And
I just include this to further show OnePag has been very close to the developers since the very beginning, and they have a close relationship.
Sell those skins for redstone shards. I wrote Terry a DM at that moment when he told me that and said that this is going to have pushback. Like people are not going to accept that. And he said we were modeling it after the League of Legends model, which makes sense because League of Legends is a hugely monetized game, but it's also played by a fuck ton of people.
I appreciate your pushback, but you're saying they're modeling it.
Why is OnePeg on like 8 times speed? Why is he talking so fast? Was not like this afraid that OnePeg was gonna like try to copyright strike him or something? Because React content is like fair use. Like other big streamers do it all the time as long as you're like adding your own commentary and shit. So I don't know why he's even on 2 times speed, like because it's fair use. Like there's like OnePeg can't like copyright strike him for like taking clips, and like he could try, but it really doesn't work. It shouldn't, at least.
And after League of Legends, and
maybe it's because Not Like This knows that it's like kind of a back and forth, like OnePeg is getting bashed by this guy, so maybe he's afraid that he's gonna retaliate just for the fact that he doesn't like him. I guess that makes sense. Didn't want an hour video. Yeah, that's true. I mean, my react to this guy's original video was probably 2 hours long. So
it's not a fair comparison, in my opinion, because League of Legends is a free-to-play game. You can play 10,000 hours and never spend money. So naturally, those developers have to find other ways to monetize. Dark and Dollar is a $30 buy-in.
They're learning from their mistakes. People screw up. They make mistakes. It's part of it. And even if they were testing the water trying to see what they could get away with, like that's kind of part of being a capitalist. Not for nothing, right? They're going to try to do that. It's kind of scummy.
I agree that people can make mistakes, 100%. But I disagree that Iron Mace is learning from theirs And I ain't even going to touch that capitalism thing, that's how it is. That's the way you have to do it. I completely disagree.
Say something to the effect of the night program is a sham. I think he actually says it's a sham because the knights aren't doing like classroom level activities where, and he references like the military or like school systems where you're not doing like one-on-one instruction.
That's not my full argument. That's not the point I was trying to make. But if you just take 10 minutes to search the Reddit and the Knight Discord and main Discord, then you'll find like plenty of examples of unhappy people from both sides, actually.
Okay, so this is where I am going to slightly disagree with Not Like This, because I already did it earlier. I'm not even agreeing with One Peg. I just disagree with this guy's full, like the way he looks at the night program. I don't think every single knight was out for themselves. I think there absolutely were knights that were helping the community. I was never part of the knight system, but I absolutely think there were instances of, you know, players there just to try to help newbies. I think the real fault is on STF/Iron Mace. There is no reason that we should have gone this long without Dark and Darker getting some kind of new player tutorial for their game to direct all the new players coming in to help them adjust to the game itself. There's no reason that that should not have been added by now. It's nothing but either laziness or the inability to do so because their spaghetti coding is so far gone. So I don't think blaming the knights is correct here. I think we should just be blaming Iron Mace, not the knights, personally. There are knights that were very unhelpful, right? There's always bad apples, but not every knight was bad, I think.
Both players and knights. I'm not going to repeat all the stuff I said in the video, but I did not mention that this is a way for Iron Mace to like offload labor onto free people, like teaching players and making a tutorial. It's like they don't have to do that now. I mean, they were talking about that for a really long time. So whatever happened to the tutorial that they were going to release?
Oh, look. Oh, he said it. Okay, he didn't say it during the last video. All right. Maybe we're on the same page now. Yeah, blame Iron Mace, not the players.
I don't know.
Not for nothing, it seems kind of weird to me that he would try to pick on the Knights program or whatever by saying that this was a sham or that like he felt like this was ridiculous because it's one-to-one and that it's not real or whatever. When you have guys that are dedicating hundreds of hours of their own volunteer time to help out gamers just because they're trying to teach people how to play the game because they care about the game and they want people to be more proficient gamers, especially if they're not content creators, of which the vast majority of them, like 95% of them are. There's a handful of people that are content creators. Everybody else is just a normal average person playing this video game because they like it and they decided to spend their time teaching people that don't know anything about it. I don't know how you get...
Look, I can deeply appreciate all the hours that certain selfless people put into helping new players. I know that there were really good people in the Knight program. However, the statement that 95% of Knights were not creators is simply not true, boys. This is my old screenshot of the US Knights, not the entire world, but take a look. Anugi, Pachipop, Solar Bear, Papi Chulo, Axe. I'm not sure about the deleted names and others, like maybe that's Uberkist or Popcorn Nate or Mist, maybe some OG people. Even with this partial info, you can clearly see that statement is false. Okay, quick update. I got more info from a viewer, and it seems there are tons of creators like Yami, Z-Claw, So Bad Strange, Appetite GG, Utoast, Vincent, and maybe there's more I don't recognize.
That Soma wasn't divulging that he was managing or is managing Jay, Repose, and Yami. And he doesn't understand why there hasn't been something public made about why Soma didn't say that he was doing like individual management for those three people. The simple answer is because he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to divulge whether he's a contractor or a full-time employee at Iron Mace, even though like he came out and did say that and he was in charge of their marketing initiatives, probably as a contractor, probably not on like direct payroll as a direct employee. Being on payroll from Iron Mace and representing like three people for other business deals, trying to help them make money is not something that he has to publicly disclose, like at all. I don't understand why this is looked at as something that's disingenuous. People have side businesses every fucking where. It's not even a conflict of interest.
Maybe I'm a completely naive idiot who doesn't understand how things really work in the gaming world at big corporations. I mean, that's fair. I can be naive and idealistic sometimes. Look, personally, I disagree that it's not a conflict of interest. Soma didn't just manage those three streamers who were so big they were going to make it anyways. He went after small people as well. I want to thank Drip Gravy for speaking up and allowing me to share this. Soma tried to manage Drip Gravy, And in his message, he mentions he's also managing Seriously Soapy, So Bad Strange, and Vincent.
Then you also make mention, though, of this moment here, saying that you got.
I think that's a is it a conflict of interest? I'm gonna just ask you guys because I don't know. So, if Soma's head of marketing and making big decisions for Iron Mace, and then he's working specifically with streamers on the side, do though like that feels like a contract, that feels like a conflict of interest, right? Like that definitely feels like it is. There's no doubt, right? To me, that sounds like one. I can't even bring myself to say that it's not. That feels like blatantly. I mean, if I'm Soma, right, and I don't know, like if if I'm working for Iron Mace and I'm also working with streamers, that could easily influence my decision that I might make with those streamers. So I could see it being a conflict, I think, right? Well, I'm not Soma, so I don't know what is in his contract with Iron Mace or not. This is all just like he said, she said, and well, I guess it's not because we can see the info that he clearly was working with those streamers. So the question is, was it a conflict of interest or not? It feels like it is. Wait, didn't someone tell me? Is Soma supposed to talk on the 10th? Is that what someone said? Can someone confirm that? Is Soma gonna have a stream on the 10th or something? Talking about, didn't someone say his NDA is gonna be over on the 10th, right? Is that why it's like, is that why that date specifically? That's correct, JWL. Okay, so on the 10th, Soma's NDA will be gone and then he'll do a stream. Well, yeah, well, I mean, again, I don't know Soma personally, so I'm not gonna speak ill of Soma because I don't know him. I never worked with him at all. But I will definitely keep an eye on what he has to say. Okay.
Got a DM from somebody that said that SDF's personal inventory had 5 Nippelon, 29 chests, all full, and he had 500,000 gold in his inventory. Like, he was using dev commands to give himself armor and weapons and gold and whatever. Like, in playing that account on official servers. Like, not for nothing, we have no validation that the account that you use or got a DM from had any knowledge of this. There's zero proof of this. This is literal substantiation of rumor. And when you're talking about gaslighting at the beginning of this video, that's exactly what this is.
One peg, bro. I never said I got a DM from somebody, please. If you put any effort into watching my video before making yours to jump on the drama and views, then you would know I said this is from Walpurgis Kid, a confirmed former Iron Mace employee who, in my opinion, bravely decided to speak out against Grayson mostly and Iron Mace. He is risking his reputation, legal consequences, and he's putting everything on the line in an environment where so long, so many people have been getting away with hiding and obscuring the truth. I truly commend him. Again, these screenshots come from a former Iron Mace employee, and that is why they carry some weight, in my opinion. Now look, Walpurgis Kid could be lying about some of the claims.
Okay, so here's another question, I guess. Do you guys care about this? Like, do you, it's kind of scummy, right? Is it scummy? It feels kind of scummy. If it wasn't a multiplayer game, maybe I'd feel differently, but I don't know. It's like a part of me also doesn't really care that much. Like, so did SDF spawning items for himself, did that affect me? No, as long as he wasn't like, it's kind of cringe. But as long as he's not selling the items or something, I don't know. Like, surely this isn't anything about the RMT part of it, right? So, I mean, yeah, I feel like this is more just petty drama than anything else. Like, I wouldn't consider this like a game-breaking thing unless it's RMT based. This is more of just petty drama, I think, right? Well, what else did he do? Because he only caught him this single time? Well, yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's hard for me to say for sure. I mean, I'm going based off information that I didn't find for myself, so it makes it harder for me to give a unbiased point of view because I'm watching some other guy feed me the information. So it's you know, it's a little harder.
Claims that he makes, how are we supposed to know? I think it's very important, though, to present his side and for the other side to present theirs and let everyone decide for their own selves.
He was not a host of a podcast. He was a guest on the podcast, not a host of it. He actually refused to be on the podcast a number of times. In fact, he made a comment on Not Like This's video that somehow, mysteriously, as long as we're gaslighting, got deleted. I don't know how it could have gotten deleted, but it did. Dragging my name when you never once came to me for comment while using things all this out of context. Push your narrative is pretty scummy and undermines the journalistic integrity of what you're presenting. There's a lot of plainly incorrect information in this video, which is interesting considering I know you talked to a few people and misrepresented or just flat out lied about what they said by choice.
First, I apologize for making a mistake, saying that Odin was the host of a podcast. I'd heard wrong information from friends that he co-hosted it with Arcane Armor. I'd also seen like 4 or 5 clips or so from the podcast, and in every single one of those, Odin and Arcane were in it together. This was not done maliciously, this was not done on purpose. Regarding deleting comments, if you look at my entire history of videos, and even this one, you can see plenty of negative comments at the bottom of very popular videos. Those of you who have been watching me for a long time know that I constantly say I'm going to read every single comment on every single video. Yes, AutoMod helps, but I personally will remove comments that go too far in attacking people or if it's a false statement of important proportions. Now, if you look at Odin's post, it was posted in the first 2 hours of my video. I was sitting there at the time just trying to keep up with the stream of comments as they appeared. I read the first part of that comment that you had just heard One Peg say, where he accuses me of flat out lying to purposely misrepresent people. That is 100% false. I've seen multiple situations of Odin misrepresenting the facts in the community, and I personally don't trust him. I will not allow a false statement from someone I don't trust to remain on my channel. I
don't know, man. I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel about that. I kind of feel like in the context, I think. I mean, how many times did he accuse? Like, how many times did he shit talk Grayson for deleting his comments? I think in this, don't get me wrong. I delete comments on my videos on occasion when they like attack people. Like, I'll have people like go under my video and they'll like, you know, they'll comment under someone else's comment and just call them like, they'll just shit talk them or something. I'll usually just block them out of the channel, right? Like, I do stuff like that. I'm sure a lot of content creators do. But specifically deleting One Peg's comment here, I think is a little bit hypocritical in this case. So this is the only instance that I think I've agreed with One Peg here, but it's more in like the middle line of it's kind of, I don't know. I kind of feel like you shouldn't have deleted that. I don't know.
am not a massive corporation with tons of workers and their families relying on it, with tens of thousands of gamers playing every day on a live, well, maybe not now.
It was Odin's comment? Oh, I thought it was, oh, was I wrong? Was it not, was it not One Peg's comment? Was it Odin's? Either, I mean, regardless, same difference.
On a live service game with gamers spending many hours in their crafted game world and tons of big investors and shareholders' interests to worry about, and, you know, with a long history of 3 years of basically deception, like, bro, I'm a small YouTuber, and this is my personal page. I let a lot of negative comments stand, but regardless, like, I can moderate it how I like. Look, real quick, I realize I made accusations about Odin of basically purposely outright lying, so I'm just going to give you one example. I don't want to spend a bunch of time. Go check out this Reddit thread made by this man who says he's the Dark and Darker summary guy, and it does appear to me he's been here since the early days. I won't read the whole post or the other claims he makes about other people like Ditch.
Keep in mind that I'm watching One Peg's video that he cherry-picked moments to show they both have good and bad takes. Yeah, maybe I'll have to go and watch One Peg's video since he 2 times sped and only watches a little bit of it. So maybe I'll have to watch One Pig's video too, knowing that. Maybe.
Go read it and make your own judgments. Now, this takes place during the Demo Wilson cheater situation drama, where Wilson made videos calling out Demo as a cheating creator. Although Wilson missed the mark on some things, I believe his overall story was true. I don't have time now, but I'm seriously considering showing you exactly why I believe Demo.
Oh, the drama, the streamer drama. Okay. So I have been I knew this was coming. I knew it was coming since the beginning of the stream. So I personally have stayed 100% on the side of the fence here. I have not accused Demo of cheating. I have not said that he wasn't cheating. I have just been on the sidelines, listening to both sides and moving on, right? I also had no interest of, at the time, Demo's viewers attacking me by watching the cheating videos, because I knew that even if I watched the cheating videos and if I thought something was suspicious, that even the act of me saying something was suspicious might have had his viewer base come attack me. So I knew not to touch that. I knew not, it was not worth it. So I personally never gave any input on it. I don't know if Demo is cheating. I don't know if he's not cheating. But that's all yeah. But I'm just putting my own info out there. Because people asked me about it, and I always gave a very neutral standpoint. Because I was not interested in getting attacked by the Dark and Darker player base for that. It wasn't worth it.
Demo cheated. Anyways, he outright calls Odin a liar and says that Odin stated at the time in a streamer's chat that Wilson had made a video without speaking to Odin first. Down below, you can see Wilson comes in to reply himself. I cannot read everything Wilson says. You really need to pause and read it for yourself, or go to Reddit, make your own judgments, form your own opinions. Basically, Wilson says he was...
This is the comment you're talking about, right? The Reddit comment?
...talking to Iron Mace for almost 2 weeks prior to the video. Wilson says he shared unlisted videos to Iron Mace, but they remained unviewed. And of course, he got frustrated. Remember, I mentioned this exact same thing happening to many others in my video. Wilson said he DM'd Odin hours after the video dropped and explained the prior situation. There's more. Again, you need to read it yourself. He mentions So Bad Strange leaking info. Anyways, Wilson says Odin went into Jay Griffia's chat and suggested that Wilson had never reported any of that, and that Wilson should not have released that video. It just causes a witch hunt. Okay, quick insert. After talking to a fan who wants to remain anonymous, he or she gave me these screenshots to prove Odin was in Jay's chat. Odin says it should have been a report, not a YouTube video. Also claims he's an experienced anti-cheat finder or something. I also show you a screenshot where he's bragging about his supposed 30k hours of competitive experience in my last video. But anyways, I think Odin spun the narrative and threw Wilson under the bus, despite Wilson's attempts for 2 weeks to get closure and help through the proper channels. Odin posts his DMs with Wilson. Yes, Odin came in to reply. In my opinion, and maybe the downvoters, Odin himself responds with a bunch of BS, and I personally think it sounds like Soma coaching him. Look, I hear the same vocabulary.
These are some interesting claims, considering I have the entire chat log of our discussion where you reached out. Wait, is this a Reddit thread, right? Can someone link me the Reddit post for this? Because I wouldn't mind, like, reading through on Reddit, because he only shows, like, snippets of it.
I've talked to him, in that call and a decent bit there. Or maybe the word style has rubbed off, since those two are closer than you might
we'll watch
think.
It after the video.
Just my opinion.
Oh, shoot. I forgot. Twitch blocks URLs. Do me a favor. Somebody, only one person has to do it. Somebody send me that link on Discord. At Firebox720, and I'll get it. Sorry, I forgot that only mods can send links. My bad.
Wilson replies to Odin And if you scroll down, he says if you scroll down from the DM that he posted, it's right there. Wilson appears to clearly say that he sent it 2 weeks ago with some evidence. Again, there's more, but Odin responds with more DM dropping and claims Wilson is trying to spin the narrative and doesn't reply to that 2 weeks comment. He just doesn't. Wilson finishes with something I think we can all understand. He says, if I felt like Iron Mace was capable of banning and dealing with cheaters, then I would have never made the video.
You know, that's a fair thing to say. I don't think Iron Mace is capable of banning and dealing with cheaters, so I don't really have one strong opinion or the other in terms of, you know, these creators and their back and forth on Demo cheating and Wilson accusing him, but I do agree, like, Iron Mace stuffing is not capable. Also, hold up a minute. All right. I am not watching a 20-minute video for 4 hours. All right. This is an hour and 40 minutes of videos, and I've been on stream for 4 hours, okay? And 30 minutes of that was looking at SDF's kitchen, okay? So...
Brothers and sisters, despite the messy and partially good evidence, partially bad evidence in those videos, I personally think Iron Mace did Wilson dirty. If you agree with this, then I want you to go show Wilson some fucking love on his cheater videos, his Discord, the YouTube, Reddit, somewhere. Also, someone posted about Demo cheater emails in the Reddit there. Look, sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but like I felt it was important to give at least one example in depth.
This last section, he talks about where he's been, what he's been doing, et cetera, et cetera. He says that life is hard, and he wants people to donate to him if they feel like this video was something that they considered informative or educational entertaining. And he says that his life has been pretty dark, and it's dark enough to where like he feels like he would get in trouble with YouTube if he talks about it. I gotta be honest. My man, if you're going through some mental health shit or if life is tough, I fucking feel for you. I do. I've been there, man. I've lived out of my car, okay? Like, I know that, like, life can be shitty. And from a mental health perspective, brother, I hope that whatever treatment you feel like you need to pursue, or if you've been pursuing it, or if you feel like you need professionals to step in.
Whoa. One peg, bro. Pump the brakes. Calm down. Relax. I'm doing okay, bro. My goodness. Okay. Like I explained in the video, I made multiple promises to multiple fans that I would return by X date, only to have to like delay the video for some reason or another.
Yeah, this was a big controversial point that I saw people making. They felt like he was just kind of plugging merch to try to just make money off of the dad drama, and then when he removed it from the video, it kind of like fueled the fire. Fueled the fire. So I know a lot of people were talking about that.
I thought if I gave my audience a simple, vague answer, then that would not be good enough by my standards. Some people will say I don't owe anyone anything, but I felt bad for not keeping my word. Now, I know I got pretty passionate in my video, and to some I came on pretty strong in certain sections, like about Soma, or when I'm complaining and listing a bunch of things that Iron Mace has messed up, like, CMM, leaderboard reworks, quivers, expresswin, that whole part. I can understand that perspective if someone thinks I went overboard a bit. From my perspective, it's been years of Iron Mace deceiving the player base, downplaying major issues, sweeping negative things under the rug. Lots of unethical and illegal things were going on behind the scenes. Too many people remain silent. I put a lot of passion and emotion in that video, it's true. I stand by the major points of that video. If there's any corrections I need to make to things that are factually wrong that I missed in this video, I'll make them at a later date.
Like, you wouldn't have gotten the response that you would have gotten from a guy like me. You probably figured that I would respond to you. You want to talk about gaslighting? This is one of those moments. And yeah, it took the rage bait, I guess. But at the same time, I feel like I could offer up a message to the community at large to let them know that, like, it doesn't always have to be like this, man.
Wow, dude. I don't think I love the smell of my farts as much as you do. Honestly, I figured you would quickly.
Bro, the drama. Why is Dad so drama-filled? We're not even a big game, boys. We have like 17 players left playing this game. Why is it so crazy here?
Make a video based on your history of usually defending Iron Mace when things go south. I also figured you'd misrepresent my positions and would chase the views just like you did with Wilson in the Demo drama. Just like then, you've made multiple videos, but at least this time, you did not backtrack on your own opinion in a second video very quickly, telling the public that a cheater was innocent when he's not.
You can be critical of a game dev and not be someone that makes like egregious, crazy assumptions like SDF is cheating at his own game on live because this random DM that I got from a guy says that he did. Like, that is a crazy fucking reach.
Again, I already said this was not a DM to me. It was directly from a former secret Iron Mace employee who released it publicly despite great potential legal and reputational damage to himself. Also, I never claimed he was cheating on live, although he could have. But look,
Okay, I'm gonna just... Okay, so I've been very standoffish on this whole Demo and Wilson thing. I'm just gonna say, if it turns out that Demo has been cheating this entire time, even if it's been on and off, that is, like, that is such a bad look for Iron Mace. Like, think about what you want about Demo, regardless. Imagine having a game where one of your biggest creators has been cheating for years. That, like, it would be such a bad look if it turns out that's true. The reality is we will probably never know. I don't think Iron Mace will ever come out and say anything on this matter. I did hear that his email was apparently registered to cheating sites. But was there proof of that? Because the guy, whoever said that, he didn't give us the proof, right? Check the comments. Oh, Wilson! Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Okay, Wilson, so you said you have
it could have been an internal local
I'll check it. This is like 4 minutes long. I'll finish this first.
development environment.
I didn't expect
Now
Wilson
look,
to
while
pop up.
Pruga's kid could be lying about some of the claims that he makes, how are we supposed to know? I think it's very important, though, to present his side and for the other side to present theirs and let everyone decide for their own selves.
Even if it's true, you have to prove it. There's no sense in reporting it. If you want to be a good journalist, there's no sense in reporting on something like this unless you can prove it. Now, granted, I have said an awful lot in this video about things that I believe to be true and said that I could have gone and like shown you DMs but I didn't, right? So I guess I'm as much as to blame for that as anybody else. I'm just trying to, I guess, portray myself in a way that like, I would like people to believe that I'm trustworthy.
Thought it was
if you don't, I can't blame you. But I don't really think I have anything to prove. I'm just some guy that really likes playing video games and I like reviewing games and I like having conversations, talks with game devs. I like asking them about their process.
One Peg Man, I will pretty much agree with everything you said after now granted. As you admit and did yourself, it is impossible to prove every single little detail with hard, ironclad proof in our videos as a single one-man hobbyist or even as a full-time operation, with or without help. Viewers are welcome to listen to my opinion and your opinion and anyone else's opinion, many others, and they can make their own informed decisions and opinions. There's actually more I want to explain, but my brain is fried, boys and girls. I'm a crap editor, and it takes me a really long time. I didn't go through the normal checks that I normally do because I wanted to push this out in one day very quickly. As such, there could be like minor bugs or audio issues or video issues or editing issues, so I apologize if there are. I'll just cover real quick this merch story that a few questionable people I won't mention are spreading from the other side. Yes, I had a short section about merch at the end of my last video. I did not realize at the time that it may come off to a few people that it was like untasteful e-begging or like capitalizing on drama or trauma or like whatever. As I stated in my comment, under my pinned comment at the top of the comment section of my last video, I only saw 4 out of 506 comments in the first 6 hours that were trying to accuse me of profiting off this situation. So I decided to cut out that.
Yeah, so I did hear about this drama. I had a feeling it was probably the loud minority. I don't know if that's because it was under his video specifically. I don't know if there were more comments on Reddit or not. I don't really know. But I did hear a lot of people talking about that. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other on that because I'm not really sure. You can form your own opinion on that.
That section at the end with the YouTube editor that was mentioning the merch. I said I just wanted to be transparent about it. I said I'd happily make the video unmonetized if it just meant I could speak my mind. By the way, 4 comments out of 506 is 0.79% of the comments.
It does sound
That's
like
less
it
than
was
1%.
a very small amount.
I don't think it was a big thing. Now, to further clarify, I can't pin 2 comments on YouTube, so I put it under my main pinned comment. Now, I don't think people are actually upset about this merge trial. I bet certain people on the other side will want to blow it up bigger or misrepresent the situation to their stream or in a video. If you look at the last 7 to 10 or so videos, maybe more, that I've done, I've really tried to focus in hard on quality, not quantity, for the algorithm. As such, when I released this video after 11 months of inactivity, I wanted to include everything from the reasons I was gone to my new trial merch store, which I've been wanting to do for a long time since last year, to see if anybody would prefer getting like things to support me instead of, just donating on YouTube. My last community poll post only got 400 or 500 votes, so I didn't think that was enough to like tell people. I didn't think enough people would see it there. My comment explaining with transparency. My brain is fried, boys. I'm sorry. I got to finish soon. There were only a few hundred people in my Discord, so that wasn't good enough. And I was definitely not going to mess up the algorithm with like.
All right. So, merch drama. All right. I want to look at the comments here. All right. So, you said Demood sent a message, right? Oh, here it is. All right. So, the drama watch till the end.
A channel update
else?
video. I've seen too many people do that. I didn't want to mess up the algorithm. Anyways, I'm not a Nexon shill just because I want to play Arc Raiders. Okay. Did you guys hear my...
What? People are calling him a Nexon shill for wanting to play Arc Raiders? Bro, does the dad community live under a rock? Do they not realize how big of a game Arc Raiders is? That is insane. Who is saying this? Bunch of weirdos.
My opinions on Nexon in the last video? Do you remember how they destroyed MapleStory? Fuck. Anyways, look, my merch store is still up on the front page of my YouTube, and fuck the haters, baby. Brothers and sisters, as always, I wish you the best of luck in the dungeons.
Almost missed it. Almost missed it, man. Okay. So, Demood. Drama continues. That's me. That someone is me. Here to provide some context before inevitable speculation. Okay, so this is referring to the Demo Wilson cheating scandal that happened. My God, was it months ago? Hey, it's me! Hey, it's me and Demo in the feed. Look at that. It's me and Demo. All right. Anyway, Me and Demo used to talk before the cheating drama. I remember at one point we had a bet for some game mechanic, and he sent me his PayPal address. Not one you'd find on his channel. This is important later. At the time, it really didn't mean anything to me, but me and him had a falling out after I tagged a warden in Troubadour chat when he was getting not so civil between him and someone else. Technically, I called Warden on their conversation, not so much picking anyone out. He immediately comes to my DMs and harasses me, calling me a rat, that friends do not do that, and we pretty much went no contact from that point. To me, it seemed like an overreaction, but perhaps it would be better if I approached him in private first. I don't disagree. After Wilson's first video, I had doubts that the cheating was happening, but I never suspected him of that. With time, more information came to light, and I saw some more suspicious clips, like the famous Judgment Lock clip. I think I probably would have stayed out of it, but our interaction just had a bad taste in my mouth. I also heard of other people getting harassed in DMs with no particular reason. I also felt it was strange that Demo was working hard to twist the narrative, saying that Wilson was banned for his actions and that Iron Mace investigated him and nothing was found, and him showing a screenshot with various top content creators in DMs, which just seemed like posturing. I never had an intention to cover Demo by making a video, mainly because at the end of the day, it would be up to Iron Mace and not public opinion, and I wanted to enjoy the game in peace. That is also why I didn't make a video, because I didn't want angry Dark and Darker fans to be at my comment section complaining about any video I made. So that's why I never made my piece either. But I did try to think of alternative ways of proof that could indicate that he was cheating, because I personally was convinced. I did think from a mindset of once a cheater, always a cheater. Perhaps he had a history of cheating. Well, the PayPal address he sent to me seemed to give more information. There was a website called Have I Been Pwned, which you can track your email address for potential data breaches. It turns out his PayPal was involved in breaches in 2 cheating websites. Same email is also affiliated with Dark and Darker. I did try to reach out to Iron Mace with this information via a larger content creator, but at this point, I am not certain anything came out of it, and this was almost a year ago. I have no right to leak his personal information, but I am more than open to providing suspicious information to Iron Mace. It just never felt like they would ever consider evidence that creators are uploading on their own channel, or at least this wouldn't be strong enough evidence. In summary, while him being involved in a data breach is not proof by itself, it should be enough to consider a manual review. I agree. If a manual review catches something that the anti-cheat does not, perhaps there are alternative anti-cheat methods that can be used based on certain statistics, and not so much software detection. Okay. So, maybe Demo did cheat? I mean, I trust the mood. I don't think he would ever lie. So I have to take this at face value because of the person it's coming from. Maybe that's personal bias, but I know Demood and I don't think he would lie about something like this. It seems very hard to imagine. Okay. That's kind of insane. Wouldn't that be a twist too? Oh, I think I got the Reddit thread too. Alright, I got that Reddit thread up and ready to go here. I'll share that in a second too. Oh, Soapy quit the game? Is that true? I didn't know that. That's crazy. He's one of the bigger creators too. He said it. Get the Demo fanboys here. Okay, let's calm down. let's calm down, buddy. Soapy did quit. Guaranteed. He quit 2 days ago. Wow. Wait, wasn't Soapy known for his 1v3s? So, what happened? What was said with Soapy? Anything specific, or just he's just done with it? I don't blame him, but like shit, that's crazy, man. I got the Reddit thread. I got it. It's here. I got it on Discord. It's this one, right? The season 5 data post. Yeah, I'll look through this in a second. Check what Demo's doing in his stream. Bro, I'm not gonna watch Demo's stream on my stream. I don't need to watch Demo's stream, man. That's not really. I don't think so. I don't wanna. I'm not here to witch on another, I'm not here to witch hunt, man. He's not live? Oh, is it old? It's the wrong post? Oh, wait, is it? This is the wrong one? Wait, really? Wait, hold up. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay, is there anybody who can send me on Discord because the Twitch bot will block it. Is there anybody who can send me at Firebox720? Can send me the Reddit link so I can pull that up. I'll be back in a minute. I'll check my Discord when I come back. Okay, I'm back. I got a message request, so hopefully I got it. I think I got it, boys. Alright, I think I found it. Is this it? Joe is right, the truth. I'm gonna assume that that's it. Alright, so real quick, since we've watched both of Not Like This's videos, out of respect for him for providing the content for stream, here is a link to his videos if you want to follow his channel. Pin the video on Twitch. How do I pin a comment? I don't know how to pin it. I don't know if I can do it without the program open. Can I do it on normal Twitch? Hold up, give me a second. Let me see. How do I pin a comment? Usually my mods do it. I can pin it on YouTube. I don't know how to do it on Twitch though. Let's see. Over the message or something on the side. The only thing on the side on Twitch is just a reply button. Yeah, sorry, I don't see it for some reason. I'm not sure why. Yeah, it only lets me reply. I don't know why, but it does not give me any option to pin. Top right corner. No, I'm telling you on my screen. I'll show you. I'm not lying to you. Look. I'm not lying. Look. Here's my message. Where's it at? Right here. See? The only option I have is reply to this message. I can't, I don't have a pin option. I don't know why it's not here, but I don't have it. I don't know why, but yeah, it's not there. Okay, anyways. Hey, JWL did it for me. See? See? W mod. We got it. Mod got it. He saved us. Thanks. Alright. So this is where the back and forth with who was it with? Well, was it Wilson under this? We'll have to find it. I don't know exactly where the message is. Oh, here it is. Okay, so we'll read this first, and then we'll read this too. So this is regarding the cheating situation that has been going on, right? Is that what this whole post is about? Secret Discord. Okay, I don't know if the whole post is about that. That's fine, we can read the post. Alright, Joe is right, the truth. For anyone not aware, Not Like This recently released a video detailing the many faults of Iron Mace during Dark and Darker's release and the people who steered the ship in that direction. This was to be outlining what I believe to be true based on my personal experience and what I've heard from people I trust. Take what I say with a grain of salt. Wait, so who is Phantom Banshee? Who is this? Is someone from my chat, right? Yeah, I see Phantom back. I see him in here. Phantom, how do you have the info? Is it just because you've been around for a while? I feel like you've been, I know I've seen you around. Backing up claims that you heard? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Please do not use this post as an excuse to harass anybody. I've left names out when possible, and I will not be attaching the screenshots, mostly regarding the gold lobby to this post because it violates the witch hunting rules. Okay. Hi, I used to be a Dark and Darker summary guy. I've known people in the community. I've heard many things of the community. I saw this game going downhill a long time ago and jumped ship, but not before hearing some things that further backed up these claims. So what better way to send off my engagement with the community than confirming everything I have personally heard? My answer has been, yeah, I got my answer already by reading. And burning any semblance of coming back from doing so. This won't be in order, but let's start. First and foremost, yes, Soma absolutely was giving information early to his friends. I knew one of the people that would get in on these conversations. I can be fairly confident they knew about the Steam launch long before anyone else did. Soma absolutely backtracked on being responsible for the first set of Twitch Drop campaign. Okay, well that's pretty... you definitely should not be doing that. Yes, there is a secret Discord that people were threatened of being banned if they talked about it. If you mention it, the first thing people would do is run to the Discord to say as much. Well, yes, this is, I already confirmed this on stream too. This is absolutely true. I don't know why people would say it's not. Like, I don't know why you would lie. Yes, it's there. Remove me if you want, but I'm not going to lie about it. This next one needs a little context. People may also remember gold lobbies, which was essentially a group of people including oh yeah, I remember the gold lobbies. Like Toddfire getting together to lobby snipe each other so they could have high gear matches. It was also no secret that oftentimes the items would be sold back to those players. So it was essentially a free way of playing the game with no risk involved, long before any gear system or arena was introduced. Jaden, aka Deitch probably, was a former moderator. I do remember him, or them at some point, for Dark and Darker during this time. There are multiple screenshots that prove that they were a part of the Collectors Guild as well as one of the heads of gold running lobbies. This individual was later discovered to be cheating. Right, they were cheating. I remember now. I remember hearing about this controversy. Video proof of this can be found on Topfather's channel. Long before Iron Mace hired FaceSub, he was a moderator for them. A friend of mine who will remain unnamed dug into the situation during this time and found FaceSub was going to bat for Jaden, aka Deitch, hiding things and generally trying to personally handle anything involved with the person. I personally believe the red flags for this individual were shown long before Iron Mace hired them. I believe Odin is a liar. Wow, okay. Everyone has their own opinion on Wilson's games and how he handled his cheating accusation against Demo. I became his moderator at the time to keep people from spamming slurs and other forms of threats. At the time, he publicly stated in his Discord that he asked Iron Mace about the potential of looking into this matter, as well as sent them many videos. Whether you believe Demo is guilty or not is not the point here. I agree. Whether Demo is guilty or not, this is still an Iron Mace failure. Odin stated at the time in a streamer's chat that Wilson did it without speaking to him first, saying that he could have handled the situation discreetly if he brought it to his attention before releasing the video. I will not say that everything is true without a shadow of a doubt, but I have been in the community longer than probably the vast majority of people reading this post. I have known many members of it and many more that I won't name. I have just seen how far the rabbit hole goes, and I fully believe the evidence and claims presented in Joe's video. And with that, my final post to the Dark and Darker subreddit. What a wild ride. Feels more like a fever dream, honestly. Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Whether you hold the line until servers shut down or find yourself in greener pastures, never let the darker darker. Well, goodbye, Phantom Banshee. Man, oh man. That's a lot of info to look through. Okay, we'll go ahead and read the Wilson post. Okay. So Wilson is the guy that accused... Yeah, Wilson is the... Oh, hold up. Give me a second. I'm gonna pin that video comment on my YouTube too. Okay, so Wilson is the guy that accused Demo of cheating like last year, and I guess this is getting re-brought up now with everything else going on. So, hi, Wilson here. I can confirm on the Odin front, I shared this in Discord when I began stepping away from the community. I DM'd Odin hours after my video dropped. I explained to him I discussed these allegations with Iron Mace, Lucy, almost 2 weeks before dropping my video. I had made some content unlisted on my YouTube that was submitted, and it appeared no one at Iron Mace had watched the videos, i.e., they had no views. This also occurred to several creators since, and I had some creators make videos and evidence better than my own. By the way, I can confirm this myself. I created private videos and no one ever viewed them. That's why I had to make a video on my channel to expose the cheaters that happened a few months ago in order for Iron Mace to do something. So I can personally confirm, as a creator, that Iron Mace is really bad at watching videos made by the creators to, you know, call out cheaters. So I believe this part of his claim. I believe this because it's happened to me. I heard nothing from anyone and was frustrated. I also asked Odin to remove me from Troubadour and Balladeer as I was full of people I suspected of cheating. That's interesting. I wonder who he thinks is cheating. I don't know. This is when Demo claimed I was banned. Odin also shared that he helped the anti-cheat team often, which was odd as he was a Discord manager who I know shared info with his podcast friends. Why the hell was he on anti-cheat? He saw my video and saw absolutely nothing of interest, he claimed. Then he shared a video of a guy with the most blatant aim-locking cheats and said this is what cheating looks like. This was wild because cheats are so sophisticated that you can't just notice them that easily. Okay. Odin then proceeded to go to Che's chat and suggested I never reported any of this and my video was wrong and I should never have released it. A guy who manages creators basically destroying the content I made. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but it felt like an overreach. Jay had thousands plus viewers at the time, and Odin made it seem like I didn't report anything, which didn't help my situation, as even the lore commented on my YouTube, suggesting I didn't report it properly. This likely from watching Jay's stream or seeing this get spread through community. I can confirm myself. At the time, I remember hearing something about this and being under the impression that it just wasn't reported at all in the first place. So it spread like crazy because even I was under the impression that this was happening. I had old screenshots of his messages in Jay's chat and they were not accurate at all. Also, I should add, there was a wipe where the circle got removed. Absolutely no one knew this was coming. It was a passing comment that was made during a QA that might be considered. On the Hold the Line podcast, So Bad Strange straight up says, oh, well, we won't have to worry about the storm now. Then the rest of the group scrambles to say that, oh, SCF mentioned that, but it was not confirmed. They all knew Storm was gone for next wipe while no one else did. I was annoyed by this as there was likely other stuff they shouldn't have known but did know. That was a long time ago. No one cared. Interesting. Oh, and Odin. Oh, okay. So Odin is the ex-community manager. This is the guy that, you know, is being accused of basically lying about Wilson. These are some very interesting claims, considering I have the entire chat log of our discussion where you reached out to me to be asked to be removed from the program after you posted your hit piece on Demo, acknowledging you should have cleared it in the first discussion. Been talking a lot today. The extent to which I helped the anti-cheat team was reporting suspicious behavior on behalf of creators or helping them get unbanned in the event they got auto-banned by abnormal detection. All I did was help lessen their workload by scouting through tickets and reports. Implying there was something else there is disingenuous and pretty clear you're just hopping on the drama farm train. To your point about creators being told things, I would invite you to find a single title on planet Earth where there aren't NDA creators that are given foreknowledge of certain things in interest of informing their communities or making content about it. This is so bog standard it's not even worth talking about, and others bring up like it's some kind of gotcha, hoping uninformed people will accept it without a second thought. Okay, so this is the post. Wilson game on August 10th, 2024. So what? Little under a year ago. Please remove me from Troubadour Balladeer. I'll be back when I'm ready. Sure, no problem. Can I ask why? Look at the chat. You will see I need a break. Which chat? Troubadour Balladeer. I may have made a video of another content creator with suspicious activity included. Was just sharing info like my past videos. Wasn't personal. I'm aware of the ramifications, but I seriously just don't want to be part of the debate. Need some time away from game chats. Sure, I'll take a look though to see what happened. Let me know when you're ready to come back. Thanks. No problem. Just give me a few because I'm on mobile and can't manage roles on here for some reason. I need to review everything because I was asleep and got a bunch of mod messages. I don't want people arguing about what's going on. It's fine, do your work. It's Saturday. I picked a poor day to stir the pot. I just know it will be unhealthy for me to be in here. I'll be honest with you, out of respect, I don't have any suspicion of cheating from watching those clips, and I'll tell you why. I get a lot of reports. I'm not on the anti-cheat team, but I get them anyway, and I usually watch them and I forward them to anti-cheat. And I talk with the anti-cheat team every day to make sure we're constantly improving our detection and learning how to review footage manually better. I'm going to show you an example of someone I know is cheating, and I'm working with anti-cheat to get them banned. This is someone using toggles. He uses crouch to try and mask it, but he's got a bunch of clips that are blatant. This must be the example given of like a very obvious cheater in comparison to Wilson's, info that was, I guess, not 100% confirmed, obviously, at the time. Wilson got sued by Demo for defamation. Is that true? Because if that's not true, then I'm gonna time you out. Because that's a pretty crazy thing to say as long as it's... Is that true? Because you say he got sued. So, are you lying just to be drama bait? Sounds like drama bait, buddy. Rumor? Well, you didn't say rumor. That's not what you said. You said, and I quote, Wilson got sued by Demo. Those are your words. So how about we don't spread misinformation? Because what you said is just not even true. So let's not, huh? You can come back you can come back in 10 minutes. Stop putting bait in chat. Don't be that guy. Okay, so that's what came out of Odin. If you scroll down, it's here. Since we're sharing DMs now anyway, your comment in Jay's chat to many, many people suggested I did not report it. That's all. Okay, so Demo, Odin, downvoted, and then we're back to Wilson. When someone toggles, even if they use smooth aim, there's a dead giveaway, which when their cursor snaps instantly in a mechanical manner, that typically looks like it's fighting their manual aim. The Chris fight looked normal to me. I will say the Franny and the looking at the wall from Centipede was sus, but everything else I saw looked fine. And remember, this is someone editing their highlights to look good on YouTube. In any case, if you submitted a report, our anti-cheat will look deeper and I recommend doing so if you feel strongly. There's a reason it's a team and not one person. It's not just workload. I said it 2 weeks ago with some evidence. I understand, just couldn't enjoy the game at the moment. Okay. So this was him, yeah, because he said it 2 weeks and no one read it, right? Let's see. I really couldn't care less about the NDA. I knew about them the day you started asking creators about them. Yeah, so my NDA also came from Odin, because I mentioned that earlier on stream. About the day one Twitch drops and the introduction of Balladeer instead of just Travador, which never really mattered anyway, except for the emote. How did So Bad Strange know about Fog of War being removed? Well, I never got any extra info. Yeah, Iron Mace didn't like me good enough to give me, like, you know, free patch info like the Fog of War, unfortunately. I just really don't understand why you'd even bother trying to spin the narrative like this when the worst thing I said about you was that it was not professional to witch hunt a fellow creator and call their integrity into question over a hunch without bulletproof evidence. Because it could damage his reputation and make him lose money and mess with his personal life, okay? And then he sends this. Yes. NDAs are very normal for games. I think people are taking the whole NDA thing out of proportion, out of just like the, Reddit or just like the anger mob towards STF. NDAs are very common. That is true. That's the only thing Odin has said so far that's been true that I've seen. Gotta respect that. Oh, yeah. Now, whether Dino is cheating or not, you created a video where you're calling him a cheater. This in itself isn't a problem, but Demo posted it to Discord and defended himself. I can understand why he did that, but it's pretty clear why he should not have, which is why he got a timeout, and I'll have a chat with him separately. I can't explain how Franny 180 locks onto a player, though, or never miss a crit. Or never miss a Chris hit. I watched 30, 40 hours of content before this. I'm not an expert, it just wasn't making sense. When someone toggles, even if they have smooth aim, there's a dead giveaway, which is their cursor snaps instantly in a mechanical manner. That typically looks like it's fighting their manual aim. The Chris fight looked normal. I will say the Franny... Oh yeah, we already read this. I said it 2 weeks ago with evidence. I'm going to address the discussions in both chats because you didn't share the video in Discord. As far as I could see, so you didn't violate any rules. Demo should have DM'd you if you really wanted to discuss. The drama wasn't called for. I will go ahead and remove you. Just let me know when you want to come back. Yep. Last time I DM'd Demo, he said I was acting like a child. Not surprised he didn't DM me this time either. I've had a number of reports from people about him not being rude, so that doesn't surprise me. We may have to remove him, to be honest. It's been a problem. I don't think he got removed, I think. Did you remove me from Travador as well? If people want to discuss without me overwatching, they should be allowed to. I removed you from Balladeer, but I haven't removed you from Travador because it breaks some things on Discord. You can mute the channel. You're waiting to talk to Grayson. And I think Wilson just said in chat that he never got removed from Travador. Yeah, he did. Okay. Interesting. Okay. If I felt like Iron Mace was capable of banning and dealing with cheaters, I would have never made that video. There was recently a cheater on Europe last wave that was blatantly range action speed hacking for 2 to 4 weeks before he got banned. You have a hard time believing the anti-cheat would detect someone who was closet cheating with soft aim lock. There appears to be plenty of evidence on Demo, literally on his channel, that any experienced player can see is out of the ordinary. No one will just bother to gather it to use as proof because there is no faith it would ever be considered by the anti-cheat team unless it's blatant. The same email address is also affiliated with his account that has been involved in 2 cheating websites. You might not consider this proof, but don't you agree it's somewhat strange given his history, being suspicious? I don't want a drama stir, but I could literally go out of my way and gather a lot, send it to someone to review, but it will all get thrown in the bin, so what's the point? Oh, this is the mood, right? Doomed? Yeah, that sounds like the mood. Okay. So, I guess the can of worms of was Wilson cheating or not has been reopened. I'm sorry, was Wilson cheating? Sorry. Was Demo cheating, and was, Wilson correct in accusing Demo of cheating? I said it right that time. I don't really know To be honest, I don't know. I didn't really, it's been so long since I've watched those videos. I really don't remember exactly what points were there. But apparently, I will say his personal email being on those websites combined with the cheating accusations does feel a little bit fishy. Like I said, you were frustrated with Odin as he had a long time to discuss what you reported. Yeah, Wilson, so I don't know if you were here when I said it, because I know you said that you sent the videos to Iron Mace, like with the cheating reports on a private YouTube video. I've also sent private videos to Iron Mace, and they never got viewed. 0 views for, you know, over a week. So I am not surprised that you had videos not getting views, because Iron Mace did it to me too. I'm not surprised at all. Fence Fox? Okay, let's calm down here, buddy. Let's calm down here. What am I supposed to say? I have no way of knowing whether he was cheating or not. I mean, this is all he said, she said at this point. How am I supposed to give a official opinion without, like, 100% concrete evidence? What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do? I don't know, man. It's like the wiggle video on Tarkov. How do you know they just happen to wiggle in that direction? There's no hard concrete proof that they're cheating. Wait, do you think the Tarkov wiggle video wasn't accurate? Because when I watched that video, I thought that was pretty concrete. Watch Wilson's video. Yeah, but then I have to give my opinion on if I think he's cheating, and I don't want to do that. I don't. Can I just be on the fence? Because then you guys are gonna ask me for my opinion on whether I think he's cheating or not. And to be honest, I don't know. Because I watched those videos, and I wasn't entirely sure at the time. I don't know if I really want to be honest with you. Okay, well, Wilson said don't, so now I have an actual reason not to watch him, so we're good. If Wilson doesn't want me to watch him, then I'm not gonna watch him. Well, again, Wilson said not to, so I'm not gonna watch it if he doesn't want to watch it. We're already finalized here. It's already not gonna happen. Would have made a video if it wasn't the backlash? Yeah, I would have, but I didn't want the backlash, yeah. But again, Wilson doesn't want me to watch it, so I'm not gonna do it against Wilson's, out of respect for him, I'm not gonna do it. W drama stream? Okay, so here's the question now. Do we watch that Odin video? No, I'm sorry, Odin video. I'm getting the names mixed up. Do we watch the one peg video to get the full scope? Because in Not Like This's video, it was very, like, it was kind of clipped and it was also sped up. So should I watch the one peg video to get, like, the full, do we want the full scope of what one peg said? To comment on that? What do you guys want? Some people asked me earlier, but I'll only do it if you guys want me to. Since the Asmongold saga is over? What do you mean, Asmon saga? He says a whole lot of nothing? I mean, if that's the case, then why would I even watch it? Would I recommend Legacy or any other extraction games to fill the void? Oh, you guys want me to, you want me to make a list of the extraction games coming out? Are you guys interested in that? I can do that. Are there any dad refugees here who are trying to find new games? We can do that if you want. What are you thinking? I don't mind. I got time. Make a list? Alright. List it is. Give me a sec. I'm gonna open Dark and Darker back up. So we can have the nice Halloween music in the background. So it's not so quiet without the videos. Give me a sec. Wait, it's not a Dark and Darker stream without a cat meowing like every 2 minutes. You know, to really give the Dark and Darker vibe, you know? Give you a sec. Help that instead? Yeah, I'll make a list for you guys. Give me a minute. The game is loading. Give me a sec. I gotta get my Halloween music background first, and then we can make the list. You're a lost soul from Dungeonborn? You are a lost soul if you're still talking about Dungeonborn. What is the Aspen Saga? Bro, people are just memeing. They're just memeing, it's fine. You just started playing down and you're upset where it's at? Yeah, trust me, I'm very upset too. I've been playing this game for 3 years. On and off. Very, very sad to see where it's going. Alright. Halloween music activated. Got the nice howls in the background. Now we can talk about new games coming out. Let me get the notepad. Alright. Let's see. Games to hopefully replace the burning ship, which is Dark and Darker. Alright. Alright, where do we want to start? How are we jumping ship, boys? Where are we going? Well, we can start in the obvious one. We got Arc Raiders coming. Everybody knows what Arc Raiders is, and I'm sure no one will disagree that Arc Raiders will probably be a decent place to go if you're trying to find a new game. That's an easy one. That's almost a cop-out answer, because everyone knows about it. Easy. Easy peasy, right? Alright, number 2. Well, number 2's gotta be Hunger. So if you don't know, Hunger is gonna be the Escape from... not Escape from Tarkov. It's gonna be the Hunt Showdown competitor. This is another game on my list that I'm really looking forward to. If Hunger is good, I will definitely be giving that a try. What else we got? Yep, we got Midnight Walkers, which is the zombie PvPvE extraction game, which comes out, no, playtest is, yeah, June 27th, right? Playtest, June 27th, release later this year. Arc Raiders, yes. Third person shooter extraction. There you go. In case you don't know. Number 4 is going to be my personal favorite, which is Mistfall Hunter, which is the Souls-like extraction game. And it's supposed to release later this year. This is the one I'm looking forward to the most at the moment, because that's going to be like the closest I'm going to get to Dark and Darker feel again, probably. Number 5? What are we looking at next? Oh my god. Fine. Fine. Dungeon Stalkers. This is Dark and Darker, but third person with massive kick potential. Yeah. Play Dungeon Stalkers if you want. It's, oh, and playtest is June. Okay, I'm really telling on myself here. but I'm gonna do it anyway. The playtest is June 25th. I already know when the playtest is. But that doesn't mean I'm looking forward to it. Okay? It just means I remember the date for the playtest, okay? It doesn't mean anything. Okay? Don't look at this differently than it should, okay? I just happen to know the date. Okay? No, like I know the date. I know it because Midnight Walkers, Dungeon Stalkers, and Vault Breakers were all in the same, like moving on. Oh, Vault Breakers. This is the top-down extraction game. Playtest got delayed to July 3rd. So we have Dungeon Stalkers on the 25th, Midnight Walkers on 27th, and then we have Vault Breakers on July 3rd. So we have like a week or two, about a 2-week period of different extraction games that we'll be trying out on my channel. So be here for that if you like. I'm looking forward to playing some new stuff for sure. Abandonborn? Yeah, let's not throw that on the list, please. Where is Beautiful Light? What the hell is... I don't know what that is. I can look it up on Steam. Beautiful Light, huh? I mean, is this an extraction game? Well, this is not an extraction game. I'm looking for extraction titles. Also, it doesn't come out until the end of next year. So, I don't know if we should even bother looking at this yet. Is this an extraction? Oh, right. Oh, it is. I'm just blind. Never mind. I'm blind. I didn't see the extraction part. I read first person shooter and I missed the extraction. My bad. PvP, extraction, shooter, or 6 squads of 3 operators are tasked to enter, secure, and extract an artifact in a hostile, horrific environment. Face off against other operators and player-controlled anomalies where mistakes can risk your own gear. I've never heard of this before. I didn't see it. I didn't see I didn't see the extraction part of it. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. My bad. I never heard of this before. I'll add it. I don't know anything about it, but I'll add it. As you command. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever heard about this game, so I just didn't know. I'm not adding Marathon to this list. Marathon is basically just replaced with Arc Raiders. I'm not... I wasn't even gonna add it, to be honest. Sorry. Should I add it? Check Everstorm? Everstorm. Everstorm is an extraction? Wait, I saw this game! I saw this game! Wait a minute, this looks familiar. Is this game actually being released? Dude, I saw this forever ago. I thought this was abandonware. Is this being worked on? Is this real? Is it a real game? I thought it was abandoned. I don't know why. I didn't think it was still being worked on, but sure. I mean, sure, we can add it to the list, I guess, if you like. No information. Well, I guess we have some info. MOBA extraction? However that's gonna be. Alright, 9 will be Legacy. We gotta add Legacy to the list. I didn't add it yet because Legacy's already out, so it was kind of just... I was more looking for games that are coming out in the future. But yeah, we can add Legacy. This is a fantasy extraction game. And I'll say loosely based on WoW. Currently in early access. Arena Breakout Infinite? You mean pay to win Tarkov? It's not even. That game's been out though. It's been out for a while. Escape from Duckov? Bro, that's not even an extra. Dude, that's like a single player game, right? Wait, can you play this right now? Like, can I download this and play it? That's crazy. It's playable? I didn't know that. Or maybe someone did tell me that I was playable. I don't remember. Yeah, it's a single player top-down shooter. It's not a multiplayer game. Yeah, I just didn't realize it's there. Well, that's cool. All right, what other extraction games are coming out that I haven't placed? Any ideas here, fellas? Dungeon Board is never coming back, man. It's gone. Doesn't matter how much you or I want it to come back, it's never coming back. Not much we can do about that one, Chief. Alright, is there any other extraction that I'm not aware of? I could go to the, we could just go to the extraction games on Steam and, like, browse. Exoborn? Exoborn. What is that? I've heard of this. Open world, tactical extraction shooter set in a world torn apart by extreme forces of nature. Customize powerful exo rigs to gain strategic advantage. Okay. Another game. When does it release? Don't know. I'll add it to the list since you brought it up. So we're gonna call it a tactical extraction. Wait, that's extraction, right? Yeah, I'm dumb. There it is, that word. It's a hard word to see, I swear. It's a hard word to see. Demo got an ultra hard update. Maybe we'll have to do an Escape from Duckov stream. How long is the demo? Is it long? Or will I play it for like 30 minutes and then be done? If it's long enough to be a stream, I'll do it. I don't care. Oh, yeah, the PvE games. Yep, the PvE games. Yep. Shadow of Chroma Tower. Yep, this is our very colorful PvE dungeon crawler. Yep. Sure. There's a good 5 to 10 hours of content in Duckov demo. Shit, maybe I should stream it. Oh, Expedition into the Darkness, right? This is another PvE dungeon crawler game. I played this a few months ago on stream, if you were here for that. Okay. LSD and LSD, yeah, it is very colorful for sure. Okay, are there any other games I'm missing? Witchfire is PvE extraction. Witchfire. Oh, it's like, it's out? Oh. When did it release? Oh, it's kind of an old one, huh? First person dark fantasy RPG shooter. Not really extraction, though. I don't know if I'd call this extraction. Also, I'm more looking for upcoming games. I'm going to assume that the player base for this game is probably somewhat low, right? Assuming. Unless I'm wrong. Unless it is an extraction. Wait. Gogain, is this extraction? It's not tagged as it. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. So it doesn't say it in the description, but it does say it here. I see. Steam charts? We can do Steam charts for it. Let's see. Witchfire, Steam charts. Let's find out. Oh, it's PvE only? Oh, you're right. He did say PvE, didn't he? Okay, well then, Steam charts don't matter. I mean, there's not a lot of people playing it right now. It had 5,000 at peak and it's kind of dwindled off. But it's PvE, so it doesn't matter. So we can add it if you like. I mean, you don't need players to play the game. I mean, that's kind of the nice thing about being a PvE game, right? That's fine. I never heard about this before. I personally probably wouldn't buy a game as old as this on full price, but if it was on sale, I'd consider it. I'm assuming if the game has this few players, it's probably not getting updates anymore, or very little updates. Sword Eye? Wait, I got an invite for a Sword Eye demo the other day, I think. Is that yeah, I did. I got an email to try this game. I never played it, but yeah, see, I'm in the playtest. See? I don't know if it's like, I don't know if you can play it right now, but I am in the playtest. I mean, it looks super unfinished and clunky, but I remember seeing it and I thought it looked funny. So I requested the demo access or whatever. I'm not really too sure about this one, Chief, but it's there. I think this is made by one dev though. I think this is solo dev territory. So we can add it if you want, but you know, just know it's probably like very, very clunky, I'm sure. We can throw it on the list. That's fine. Midnight Walkers. I got it. It's on the list. It's number 3. Zombie Extraction. 27th of June. Dustbloods might come to PC after Nintendo exclusive. Yeah, if that releases, though, I think Nintendo keeps the exclusivity for at least a year, right? We got some time for that, I imagine. If you are playing PvE Extraction, Hell is Others is a fun PvE. It had PvP for a while, but it's dead now. Extractions, Hell. I don't think I'm aware of that. I don't know. I don't see it. Unless I typed it wrong. New event starts with Hunt Showdown. Here's the thing, though. I tried Hunt Showdown, and I didn't really grab me like I was hoping it would, and now there's so many other games coming out that I would just play over Hunt Showdown. I just don't know if I care enough. Also, the mixed reviews kind of turned me off a little bit, because I've seen a lot of negative, like, recent posts about, like, the game not, like, doing super well at the moment. Like, that kind of makes me not want to play it, to be honest. Yeah, I got Vault Breakers. It's here. Where's it at? Number 6. Vault Breakers. Hell is Others. Oh, did I type it wrong? I have never heard of this game in my entire life. I've never seen this. Oh, it's one of those, like, I guess it's not 8-bit. Call it what you want. But this game is old. Pulling out the old ones. Back in 2022. I think that was when COVID was still going on, right? That's how long ago that was. Well, it's here if you want to play it. I would probably not play this. Probably. I'm not a huge fan of the top-down graphics for the most part. It's very rare that I'll play top-down games like this, although I did used to play Smash TV, if that counts. But for the most part, I don't really play top-down games. 2022 was forever. It was ages ago. Ages. Dead Zone Rogue? Oh, my friend mentioned this game to me, then I never played it, but he did mention that he liked it. Yeah, it's the roguelike FPS, right? That's positive reviews, too. I considered playing this, but I was busy at the time. I think I was playing... Shit, I think this was around the time that I was maybe playing the Legacy season release, maybe? Something like that. I was doing something at the time when this came out. Dude, Smash TV was great. I used to play it on the Midnight Arcade, the arcade collection for PS2. Big money, big prizes. It was so good. I loved it. Fun. Sand? Oh, sand. That's true. Well, this isn't really Extraction, so I don't know if I should put it, but it's here if you want to play it. Or like FPS. I do like roguelike, so it might be good. Honestly, I've heard good things about this game, so I'm sure it's fun. Alright, what are we looking at? Sand, right? Oh, this game. Bro, this game ran really bad last time it was out. Do you think they fixed it? This game was running real bad last time it released. I remember it was a lot of people had really bad frame drops and other technical issues. I can add it since it's Extraction, but I mean hopefully it's better when it releases. Wanna play Tarkov? Honestly, I'm not interested in playing Tarkov. I would rather play Arc Raiders than Tarkov. Just being honest. I would rather wait for Arc Raiders to release than, buy Tarkov right now and play it. I just have no interest in that game. Helldivers 2? Everybody knows about Helldivers 2, though, right? And that game's been out for a few years, right? More looking for new games, new Extraction games that, maybe we haven't heard of. Yeah, I can add Dead Zone. I mean, it's roguelike, so it's close enough. I can add it to the list. Fine with that. I'll just specify it's roguelike. Roguelike shooter, right? Shooter in space. Renown? You said that. Let me check. Renown. I can spell. Wait. Renown. You want to try the spelling again? Oh. This one, right? This one? Oh, I played the beta for this. No, it was super clunky. Did you guys like this game? I didn't like this game. It felt really, really clunky when I tried it. I did not like the controls at all. Bro, I did not like this. I tried it. I tried the demo. But, if the melee combat was better, but I don't know, man. I played it for, an hour and a half, and I just wasn't... I mean, I'll write it, but just know I'm not that excited for this one, personally. But I'll write it anyway, just for you. I'm telling you, I'm skeptical. I personally would not recommend this game to people in the state that it was in when I played it last. It would need some significant improvements for me to play it. I could see it being fun if they make it better, though. We'll see. Comes out soon, apparently. It comes out sooner than I thought. A few months. Any chance we can bring back the calling? Any chance we can bring that game back from the grave? Cause that'd be pretty dope. Oh man, if only. Oh, if only. I'll bring back Darwin Project. Realm Royale. Someone's got to bring these good games back from the grave. Expedition. Number 12. Already here. I think that's all I can. That's all that I know of for this list. I can't think of anything else. F Realm Royale? Bro, did you play Realm Royale when it first launched? It was so fun. Everyone turned into chickens. It was so cool. They ruined it though with their updates, but it was good when it first released. Dreadweave? I don't know that one. Immerse yourself in a horror extraction shooter where you must escape a Soviet ghost town with a monster from an upside-down world. Oh, that sounds cool. Haven't heard of this. Interesting. Sure, why not? We'll add it to the list. I never heard of this. Tell you what, I'll even join the playtest with this. There you go. Done. Think Dad's gonna die? Bro, at this point, I have never been more confident than I am right now that Dad is going to die. They are speedrunning that game into the ground. If it doesn't die, it will be a Christmas miracle. And it means that SDF, like, got over himself and stopped just burning the game to the ground, man. Yeah, that's fine. I'll put a never heard of it in parentheses. Escape from Dachau? Bro, I actually might play that demo. Alright, I'm gonna put it down. New stream idea? Maybe we'll do an Escape from Dachau stream. I don't know what else to stream, so maybe we'll do that. Sounds fun. Sounds more fun than playing Dad, so sure. Not sure if off the grid counts. Free to play battle. Well, I would say no. It's a battle royale, so I would say probably not.
Hoorah, Zeros! It's Sergeant Cobra, your favorite new weapons.
Yeah, I would say I'm not gonna add a BR to the list. I don't know if that's. I'm not really sure if I want to add BR or not. But it's here if you want. If you want to know about it, it's here. I don't know if I'm personally gonna add a BR, but it's here if you care. I feel like I've just played so many BRs. I don't really get excited about battle royales anymore. I have a really hard time getting excited for those. Think it's on purpose or a bad decision? I think it's bad decisions, plural, personally. Playtest 4 of Dark and Darker? Yeah, that'd be cool. Get some Dark and Darker Classic going? Easy money. Easy money! That'll be more popular than the game. Fun deal. Rever Winter? I've heard of that game. wait, is this the game where you have to, like, fill water when you're not playing? And if you don't, then you lose, like, your entire character progress? Is that this game? 'Cause I think that's why I never played it. Pretty sure. Also, it's an older game, so I'm not gonna add it to the list since it's been out for a while. I'm a Souls game fan. Did I try No Rest for the Wicked? It's from Ori Game. No. I don't think I've ever seen this. Action RPG. Well, it doesn't really fit the extraction what I'm going for, but it has good reviews, so now you know about it. Yeah, I had no idea this existed. They changed it? I'm not surprised. That's good. I'm glad they figured out that it was, like, not not great. Last BR I played? No, I played that one game. What's it called? It's on my list somewhere, right? Did I hide it? I probably hid it. It was that colorful game. Supervive. Yes, I played Supervive. That was what I was thinking of. Yeah, Forever Winter got rid of the deleting your character mechanic. It's probably worth playing. I wish that it released that way, but I guess better late than never. Gray Zone? Gray Zone's another older game, though, right? I was trying to make a list of new games. Wait, Gray Zone? Oh, yeah, probably this one, right? not that one, right? I've known about this for a long time. This isn't really anything new. I saw it, but I just wasn't, like, particularly interested. I saw mixed stuff about this game, which I guess makes sense because of the mixed reviews. Maybe it's gotten better, though. Hard to say. Is there a PoE had? I like Path of Exile when it first released, but I really disliked the way they updated the game, so I stopped playing it and I just stopped. Like, you can just see by the mixed reviews, like, I don't know, I feel like this game is not going the way I hoped it would. I did give it a good review at the time when I played it for the first time. Project Pantheon? Wait, I've heard of that before. Why does that sound so familiar? Wait, I have heard of this before. Where have I seen this? That's so funny. I don't know where I've seen it, but I know I saw it somewhere. Okay, sure. I don't know if it's gonna be good or not, but I'll put it here. Unknown. So I don't know anything about it. I have no idea. I don't know anything about this game. Truth be told, I have no... Oh, yeah, it is. PvPvE combat. It is a PvP game. Yeah, I've never heard of this before, but, well, heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. I've heard it in passing, but that's it. Also, the trailer doesn't really show gameplay, so I think it's a little early to, like, really care. Like, you can see, like, the trailer is just kind of, like, you know, it's not, like, a full gameplay, so I'll just hold off and wait until they do more. Probably why it's probably why I looked at it and then moved on, because it wasn't really a complete trailer. Makes sense. Alright, I got 20 games, boys. That's more games than I thought I would be able to make. Alright, so games to hopefully replace the Dark and Darker Burning Ship. We got Arc Raiders, which everybody knows, probably, is a third-person extraction shooter. Hunger, which is a game trying to, it looks like kind of in the same space as Hunt Showdown. It's like a horror shooter extraction, although mixed shooter with melee weapons too. Midnight Walkers is the zombie extraction game, PvP. Playtest is going to be June 27th. I will be playing that. I'm planning to at least. Mistfall Hunter is the Souls-like extraction game that releases sometime later this year in 2025. They will have a thing on June 6th for Summer Game Fest, so we should see more info for this game soon. I'm looking forward to it, personally. Dungeon Stalkers is the, it's like a third-person Dark and Darker, but every character has very renowned cake to them, so it's pretty good if you're looking for that kind of game. Playtest is June 25th, so maybe we'll stream that too. Vault Breakers is the top-down extraction game. Playtest is getting delayed, and it starts on July 3rd. Beautiful Light is a game that I have no idea about, but it releases on December of 2026, so if you want to look at that, you can. Everstorm is another game I don't know anything about, but it's a MOBA extraction. Legacy Steel and Sorcery is already out in early access. It's a fantasy extraction. It's decent. It still has a lot of work though, which is why I have a hard time. Like, it's why I don't really play it all the time. Like, I play it on and off, but it's just it's still got a lot of work that needs to be done. Exoborn is another game I've never played or really seen anything, but it's a tactical extraction shooter. Shadows of Chroma Tower is a game that I played on my channel months ago, and it's a PvE dungeon crawler. It's a very bright game. It's like LSD trip. Expedition into Darkness is the PvE crawler, kind of similar to Dad and Tarkov a little bit, kind of a mixture. Witchfire is another game I didn't see myself personally. You guys recommended it. It's a PvE dark fantasy shooter. Sword Eye is a very clunky looking game. It's a melee extraction slasher. I think it's made by like a very small dev team, so yeah, we'll see on that one. Sand is a game that had a lot of issues on the last playtest, but maybe it'll be better next time. We'll see. Dead Zone Rogue is out now. It's a roguelike shooter. It looked good from what I saw, so maybe that's worth playing. Reknown is the medieval Rust. I tried it, and it was very mid, so I'm a little skeptical on that. Dreadweave is an extraction horror shooter that I never heard of. Escape from Duckov is a game that I actually might play on stream. So, we'll see. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe. And then 20 is Project Pantheon, which is an extraction RPG I've never heard of. You found another good one that took you 30 minutes to find. It's like Dad, Tainted Grail. Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon. But actually released. Wow. Not extraction though, right? Let's see. First person open world RPG. It looks cool. And I can add it to the list. You sound like you have a lot of effort for it, so I'll add it to the list just for you. If you're interested in it. It's definitely different though. I wouldn't really call it extraction. I'm not sure if it makes sense on this list. Although we did add Escape from Duckov, which is a single player game. But we can add it as a wild card. Just for you. Elden Ring Night Rain? I mean, I can add it. I tried it, but it wasn't really for me. But I'll add it on there. Seems like an easy fit in for the list. It kind of has a similar vibe. It's kind of, it's almost like a PvE crawler. So, kind of, sort of. Duckov's gotta be fun. Dude, probably. Yeah, I guess we gotta do an escape from Duck Off stream. What have you missed? Let's see. We shit-talked Iron Mace for a few hours. And reacted to Not Like This's videos. Then we worked on a... No, then we talked about the dad drama of the Wilson Demo cheater drama. Now we're making a list of games that we're looking forward to, or games that might replace Dark and Darker, since that is dying. And I might play Escape from Duckov on stream, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. See how that goes. That's what you missed. I've heard the rumors that Arc Raiders is dropping on Friday, but I won't believe it till I see it. Supposedly, Arc Raiders is on Friday, on June 6th, but I'm skeptical. Duckov hype. Well, let's say it's probably more fun than playing Dad, so I'm fine with it. Will you make S to F tier list on the list? It's hard to give S to F because a lot of these games I don't know anything about, so I can't rate them. So I don't really know if I can, personally. Half the games were your guys' suggestions of games I literally never heard of in my life. Well, the point was to be an extraction list because I'm looking for games to replace Dark and Darker. So extraction kind of made sense, I thought. I don't know. I felt like that was the right call. I mean, if you're trying to find a game to replace that, it kind of needs to be extraction, probably, for most players. That's what I'm looking for, at least. This is a bigger list than I expected, by the way. I didn't know there were so many games potentially out or coming out soon. Most of them are not out yet, though. It's a big, got a lot of waiting to do. Hopefully a lot of games come out this year, though. It doesn't belong on my list, but look up Light No Fire. Sure, just for you. Oh, if this is an open world game for building and survival, I have no interest. I don't know if that's the kind of game it is or not. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe I was wrong. I don't know if it is or not. I'm kind of tired of the open world extraction. I'm kind of tired of the open world feel that a lot of these games have. I feel like it's like I don't know. I'm just kind of tired of it. So I personally probably wouldn't play it. Did we try some good single players? You know, the problem with single players is it's kind of hard to do streams of them because usually single players are, okay, I play it for like a stream or two and then I beat it and then we just have to move on because it's a single player game. It's a lot easier to stream multiplayer games that have replayability to them. So it's like, it's not that I can't play single player, it's just, it's a little bit harder, like for streaming wise. It's a lot more longevity having a multiplayer title. You know, I can't put 3,000 hours in a single player game like I have in Dad because I have like 2K on Blacksmith. Look at enjoyment. Okay, well the problem is half the games I've barely seen anything on, and like I'm not really, I don't know if I really want to make it. I'd rather you can just decide for yourself. It'll be fine. It's only 20 games. How long will that take you to look at? Minute and a half per game to search up on Steam. 30 minutes. You got it. Tell you what, I'll even put this list somewhere so you can, I'll even put this list on my Discord. How about that? So you can grab it if you want. I need somewhere to put it where it's not going to get all chopped up. So if you want the list for yourself, then you can have it. I'm going to add it to my, I'll just add it to my general chat and you can look at it if you like. And if you're not in my Discord, then follow this link. Then you can look at this list. If you're on YouTube, the Discord is in the comments, not comments, the description below. So you can see my Discord invite link from there. You want my take? I could just like tell you a few of them. Arc Raiders, I think will be good. I'm just not a big shooter fan, so I'm kind of biased, but I'll play it if there's nothing else out available. Hunger looks good because it kind of looks more up my alley. It just looks fun. Midnight Walkers, I'm looking forward to because it's kind of dad-like. Same with Mistfall. These two games are very similar in nature to Dark and Darker. Obviously, it'll be different. It's not the same, but it's somewhat similar. Dungeon Stalkers is kind of a meme, but they've been working on it for a while, so maybe it'll look better on launch. Ball Breakers looks decent. It is top-down, so it's not really my favorite, but I'm willing to give it a try, so we'll visit that on July 3rd. Beautiful Light was a game that I never saw, know nothing about, so I can't comment. Another Everstorm was also that way. I can't really comment on those. Legacy, I think, is fun, but the game definitely needs a lot of work still. So I would kind of hold off on recommending it for the time being. It's not bad. Like, if you're looking for a game to just play right now, like, you're like, okay, like, I'm done with that. I just want something to do. Legacy is not a bad game. It's just, it needs a lot of work still. Exoborn, I don't know anything about. Shadows of Chroma Tower and Expedition of Darkness are PvE dungeon crawlers if you don't want PvP. Witchfire is another PvE game. Sword Eye looks very clunky. This is like a really loose listing. You're welcome to look at that if you want. I'm not very optimistic on it, but we'll see. Sand had some pretty rough like frame rate in general. Like, the game just didn't run super well when it was out last time, so I'm kind of hesitant on that. We'll see. Dead Zone Roan looked decent. It's not a traction, but it's a roguelike shooter. That game looked decent. Renown is the medieval Rust, so maybe, but the gameplay was kind of mid when I tried it on, like, you know, beta, so we'll see. Never heard of Dreadweave. Escape from Duckov is, you know, Tarkov with ducks, but it's single player, so, you know, you play it if you want. I think it's out in demo right now. I don't know anything about Project Pantheon, and then Elden Ring Nightwing. Literally everyone probably knows what Elden Ring is, so. Nope, this is no order. This is a completely random order. It was just as we listed it. Alright guys, I think that's gonna be it for me for today as well. I've spent 5 hours now yapping in front of a microphone, talking about Iron Mace and everything else, so. It's been fun, but I think that's gonna be it. I don't know which one dad players will go to. My hope is Mistfall Hunter. This is my favorite one on the list. Like, my personal favorite, but it's hard to say for sure what'll be best, but GG's. If you're on YouTube, you don't mind liking the video before you go. Appreciate it, helps the VOD. Thanks in advance. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow. If you want to follow me for future games outside of Dark and Darker, that's what I'll be here for. So hopefully I'll see you there. See you guys. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it.